Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Happy 2026. Haven't talked to you guys since last year. But in all seriousness, welcome back to another episode. We have a loaded show for you guys today. And even though it feels like a Monday, it is indeed Friday, which means a couple of different things. One, got a lot of news to recap over the last couple of days. The transfer portal is now officially open. The college football playoff quarterfinals were this past, last couple of days. So we're going to recap how a lot of those things went down. And then, of course, it is the Friday free-for-all mailbag. We have 45 awesome questions, comments, scenarios already in there. Please feel free through the first segment of the show to continue pouring in your questions. Put a little MB for mailbag or a little mailbox emoji before your question or comment. Lets us know to set it aside. Brian, happy 2026. Good to see you again, and I'm ready to dive into the show, man.
Yes, I am too. It's our first show of the 2026 year. It's going to be a jam-packed show. We were normally just going to do a mailbag, but there's obviously some news that we're going to discuss, and we'll dive into that today. But yeah, it is weird. It felt more like a Monday show. Like I was sitting there, or even a Sunday show. I was sitting there yesterday with Ange, and I'm like, we don't have church tomorrow, do we? And she's like, what? Like I said, for some reason, because there's been football games on all day, I kind of feel like this is a Saturday. And it was a Thursday, but we're here. Enjoyed the New Year's, had a nice dinner with my wife last night. I actually did watch some football. I found some ways to watch the game without supporting ESPN, which is always a lot of fun. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to have some things to say about Alabama and just the playoffs in general. And then we're going to talk about the latest news and things happening with Notre Dame. And obviously the first big thing, Trevor, is, it was reported today. We put it on the board. It was also reported by, I honestly can't remember who the other person that was reported it by, but it was reported first by somebody else other than us. And I can't remember who it was, but I don't want to act like we were the ones that broke it. But I did get it confirmed with somebody from Jordan Faison's family that Jordan Faison won't be playing lacrosse this year. And I was told it was not an easy decision at all. Jordan loves playing lacrosse, loves Coach Corrigan, and obviously was really looking forward to the opportunity to play a season with his brother. Dylan will be on the lacrosse team this year, but he just felt that it was best for him to stick to football. And the reason why is in another example of wow, time really flies. He's going to be a senior next year, and he's out of eligibility after 2026. It just doesn't seem real to me. But the thing is look, Jordan Faison can play professionally at two different sports. And two different sports that he clearly loves. The problem is the problem for lacrosse is that professional lacrosse doesn't pay what professional football does. And I think that's honestly, I shouldn't say that's why Jordan's making this decision. I don't know why he is making the decision. I'm guessing that my opinion is that's a reason why, since he does love both sports, that if you're going to make a career out of one, you're going to make a career out of the one that pays a lot more money than the other one. So that would be just, and honestly, and maybe that's even a guess. That's what I would do, if it came down to it, if I had to choose between the two. What that means for Notre Dame, Trevor, is that you're going to get Jordan Faison throughout the spring. That means he's going to be in there at every practice. He's not going to be missing this practice, missing that practice. Sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's at least going through routes on air, but he's not there for team. You're going to have your two best receivers, returning receivers, on the field day one, spring, summer, winter workouts, spring workouts, summer workouts, and he's going to be just focused on his football craft, which I think is certainly good for Jordan Faison in regard to getting his best effort. And honestly, I don't think you're getting this if Jordan Faison wasn't dead set on putting in the work to master his craft. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, like, I'm a good player. I'm going to be in the NFL. No, I'm going to be the best version of myself. And I think that shows a lot. And I was talking to somebody that close to Jordan today and said another part of it is like, this team he wants to go out and be part of a team that does something special. And they think they can do that. So it was nice to hear, at least from one veteran, have them say that, that this particular player, at least, is really thinking this is going to help me personally, but even more importantly, this is going to help me help my team be in a better position to go out and compete for a championship.
Yeah, I love the move. I still think about the story of after the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, where he flies back to South Bend, he gets in town, and then has lacrosse practice the next morning. He's going to be significantly fresher. He's a player that's battled injuries before in his career. 2024 was a very underwhelming season for Jordan Faison because he was battling the ankle injury. Unfortunately, it was first week. It was lingering and happened throughout the season. Then he jumps right into lacrosse in really this past spring. So love the move. And that also tells me that he's a player that has really good self-awareness of, hey, he understands that there's another level that he can reach. And he's not going to be able to do that until he makes football the number one priority. Similar to the conversation that we kind of had about Drake Bowen last offseason when he elected to forego playing baseball and to focus on football full time. Kind of let us know that he's like, okay, if I want to be the future player that I'm going to be at Notre Dame and at the professional level, there are things that I have to do to work on my game that I can't just work on in fall camp. And so that's really good self-awareness by Faison. You have a leader in that room along with, a couple other people. So very, very excited.
Yeah, Greathouse has definitely been a guy that's, since his sophomore year, has been a guy that's number one in the drills every day, first in the drills every day. So I think it's going to be very important. Obviously, they got to both stay healthy. But I think this also speaks to the notion of like, look, this is not a big kid, and that's a lot of wear and tear on your body for 4 straight years where you're just going right from football season to lacrosse. He was going to get more of a break than he did last year, but still, lacrosse is not an easy. I didn't really start watching lacrosse at all until college, and I didn't really pay us. And that was D3. And it was a very good – Salisbury was a very good D3 team. Won multiple national titles. But just like in football, a great D3 team is going to look a whole lot different than a great D1 team. And watching it since the last 4 years since Notre Dame started getting really good, but since I started paying attention how good Notre Dame was in lacrosse, that's a physical sport, physically demanding sport. Not only is it physical, but then it's just nonstop running. And that can wear a smaller body down. That can wear a smaller frame down. It's part of the reason that Donovan Heinisch isn't playing football anymore. Heck of a player, talented player, productive player. But when you're 2 inches shorter and 30 pounds lighter than everybody you're going against, that's that can be a tough deal. So that's kind of how I look at this one. So, but I think it's a smart decision by him. And I got to tell you, Trev, my heart just sunk a little bit because, I've got my phone on and I've got alerts on to the people that are announcing who's jumping in the portal. And some guy named Teo Johnson just entered the portal. And so all I see is an alert show up on my phone. And all I see is Teo Johnson, but it's far away. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I looked over and I saw Utah. I was like, okay. My heart sunk a little bit, dude. And I was like, what? Tay Johnson? So yeah, I just sunk a little bit. So, but good, smart decision for Jordan Faison, I think. The other thing that was announced today, Notre Dame related, Trevor, is that Al Washington, you have a story up on it. I think John Bryce was the first report this, but Al Washington has been moved to linebackers coach. The story that John wrote and is that this is sort of an elevation for Al Washington. And what I mean by that is like going from D-line coach to linebackers coach, they believe will put him in better position to then be able to go get D coordinator jobs. A lot of D coordinators are linebacker coaches or DB coaches now. Safety guys, Mike Elko is a safety guy, Chris Ash is a safety guy, things like that. And, those are things that I don't know if that's what went into the decision. That's what John reported. John's got very good connection. So, that's obviously what John was being told. But that's something that I thought was interesting news as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the move. The linebacking core is probably amongst one of the deepest position rooms on the team. Needed some stability after Max Bulla left, and I like the move to bring Al Washington over there. That's just my read on the situation. It's not necessarily like anything that I've heard or not trying to put anything out there. That's just my personal opinion. It's, hey, and the transfer portal opens up today. They announced that Al Washington is now the linebackers coach in a room that has a lot of veterans and a lot of talent. Then about 2 hours after that announced, Drake Bowen's like, hey, let's run it back 2026. Let's ride. So I like the move in general for Washington personally, because I know he has aspirations of doing more than just being a position coach forever. And I also like the move for Notre Dame's defense. It also helps out, too, that he was also the run game coordinator in 2025. I would assume that he would also maintain that role as the linebackers coach. I would assume. I don't know, Brian. I don't know if you've heard anything different on that, but after Notre Dame's run defensive performance this season, I would assume Al Washington would still hold that title.
I would think so, but I mean, again, that's just an assumption. Because then it's not an elevation. If you are no longer the run game coordinator, then you pretty much got demoted. I mean, there's no way around that unless he gets some sort of co-defensive coordinator type of tag, and I don't know that. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not going to get a very good response from me in the chat if you talk about Ed Orgeron being the next D-line coach. Like, I'm sorry, that is something that would make me lose every ounce of respect I have for Marcus Freeman. That is one of the scummiest human beings in the coaching profession. This is a guy going on podcasts blatantly laughing about cheating in recruiting. Like, and don't even get me started on his alleged, I want to be clear, alleged, that I'm pretty confident is factual extracurricular activities at LSU and every other place he's been. That would be a terrible thing for Marcus Freeman to do, and I don't think that's what Marcus Freeman is going to do. I think Marcus Freeman has other people in mind for this. Who that is, I don't know. I mean, you hear different things. You hear Nick Sebastian's going to get promoted to D-line coach. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I have no clue. I've heard, obviously Pat Kuntz is dominating in Indiana. He's a Notre Dame grad. That's something a lot of people are going to say. I don't know that that's going to be the case. I've had other people tell me that he's looking to the NFL. I think the reality is that there's going to be a lot of D-line coaches that are going to look at guys like Boubacar Traore and Bryce Young and Chris Burgess and the incoming freshmen and say, that's a group of athletes I'd like to coach. And, how do I feel about this move? I have no opinion right now. My opinion is simple. I guess I do have an opinion. My opinion is this. I got to wait to see who they hire as the D-line coach. I mean, Notre Dame last year held opponents to under 100 yards rushing. D-line played a big role in that. Notre Dame's D-line led the nation amongst other D-lines in pressures. D-line's been pretty good the last couple of years. So for me, if they go out and get another guy that's as good or better than Al Washington, I'm happy. Great. And then hopefully Al Washington can do for the linebackers what he did for the defensive line. If they get someone worse than Al Washington, then I'm obviously not going to be happy. So it's a stance I'm encouraging a lot of Notre Dame fans to take right now. There's a lot of Notre Dame fans freaking out because for the basically since signing day, the only news we've gotten is bad news. Well, that's the nature, and we talked about this earlier in the week, Trev. That's the nature of Notre Dame season being over the Saturday after Thanksgiving, because now the window of now to the next time there's something going on, which is spring ball, is negativity. You're not going to add portal players up until today, because the portal wasn't open. You couldn't add portal players. You can only lose guys to the portal. And so I think whereas last year when the portal opened for Notre Dame players, the portal had already closed and they could kind of jump in, and they had already added guys from the portal. They already had Malachi Fields and Devontae Smith and other guys once their playoff run was over. So just the timing of it, I think, has created an extra amount of anxiety and angst and negativity amongst the Notre Dame fan base, simply because I think, number one, a lot of people are, every time they watch a playoff game, they get more and more ticked about how bad Notre Dame got screwed out of the playoffs and how Notre Dame hurt themselves by not winning one of their first two games out of the playoff. But I think the other part of it is just the timing, the cycle, the way that it is. If you're not in the playoff for the last month, all you can do is deal with players leaving. So all I've asked Notre Dame fans to do is let's wait till after the portal window is over and we know who they get out of the portal before we write our tombstone for the 2026 season. Then we can have an honest conversation about, are they better or not based on the departures. Like losing Josh Burnham and Armo Mukum sucks. It does. I'm not going to spin that. But I can't tell you if that's going to make them better or worse next year, because I don't know who you're bringing in from the portal. And until I know that answer, I can't give an honest evaluation. So all I can do is focus on the negative aspect of how much it hurts to lose those two guys. And obviously losing Armo Mukum is one of the things we wanted to talk about too as well today, Trev. I'm not happy about that. It's another example of, boy, I'll tell you what, Mike Martin, you and your staff better make sure you hit a home run with who you add in, because when you tell a kid, hey, we think you got a shot to start this year, and then you only offer him $50,000, which is way less than what he was making. Don't be shocked when he goes in the portal when other people are offering him hundreds of thousands of dollars more to jump in the portal and go play for him. Like, I'm not happy about that, but I'm not going to go off on that yet, because let's see what they do. Let's see what they go out there and do in the portal. And then say, okay, like people even now are at, like, it doesn't suck. It just take a deep breath, relax, let the process play out, and let's see who they add. And if they don't do a good job of replacing guys they lost, then we can have a conversation about how the GM's not doing a good job. But there's also a scenario we need to consider of, what if he hits a bunch of home runs in the portal and it doesn't blow up the locker room, which are obviously the two things we want to happen. Then we can look and say, okay, this team is better prepared to go out and win next year, maybe even than they were before the portal. So all I'm saying is, it may end up sucking. It may end up being great. We don't know. It's just the unique nature of Notre Dame's season being over as early as it was. We haven't dealt with that since 2016. And this is the first time we've had to deal with that in the open portal era, meaning Notre Dame's normally playing up until like yesterday or the day before. So we just need to sit back, take a deep breath, let the portal process play out. Then we will sit back and honestly evaluate the job that was done, good or bad. And that's all I'm asking about, because the chat's been getting very negative. The message board has been getting negative about things where somebody had a great post. And I'm going to read you this, Trev, because I thought this was a great response. I put a post on the board telling people to, like, just relax, right? Like, let's just see how it plays out first, and then we can have an honest conversation. And somebody had this post. I got to read it, Trev. I thought this is a great response. Let me find it here real quick. It was from 13 Reasons Why. He said, "Yeah, quit telling me that what the meal is going to taste like when you don't even know what the ingredients are yet." And I thought that was a great answer. Like, Trev, I'm going to make you a great meal. What's in it, Brian? Not sure yet, but it's going to be great. Well, bro, you're just kind of giving me a, or I could say, hey, this is not going to be good. Well, why not? Well, I don't know what I'm putting in it yet. Well, I may go to the store and find some great things, and it ends up being a great meal. So all I'm saying is just relax. Let's let it play out, and then we will have an honest conversation. I'm not telling you, hey, we're going to spin it positively. I'm just saying we don't know, and the timeline is such that they're only going to be losses right now. Let's see what happens when they get some additions, because that one thing that's also true is 24 of the 27 players in the number one ranked recruiting class in the country are going to be showing up this next week to campus. So there's reinforcements already coming. And as I'm, I put my defensive rankings for the 26 class up yesterday. I'm like, that guy can play as a freshman. That guy can play as a freshman. That guy can play as a freshman. Like, they're going to be okay as long as they have a good portal session. And let's just see. Let's give them the opportunity. I think they've at least earned the opportunity for us to wait and see before we jump off a cliff about what they are or are not doing. Right now, I don't like the strategy that caused them to lose Jadon Blair and Armel Mookum and Josh Burnham. I don't. But I don't know the end game yet. Let's see the end game. And then we can give a more honest assessment of, did they do a great job, an okay job, or a bad job? Is this team more prepared to win next year, about the same, or less? None of us know the answer to that yet. Notre Dame doesn't even know the answer to that yet, because they don't have guys signed. I think Nick Marsh is going to be visiting over the next few days. John Tez Williams, a really good nickelback, who I didn't know a lot about till somebody on Twitter actually DM'd me, said, hey, what do you think about this kid? And I was like, I don't know a lot about him. What are your thoughts? He loved him, and so I checked out some film. I'm like, this guy's a good player. Let's just see how that goes first. And then we can kind of really dive in. That's why we haven't put up a lot of 26 preview stuff yet on the site. How can I preview the team when I don't know who's going to be on the team?
Right.
Just wanted to say that.
No, I get it. Look, the unknown is always uneasy. But here's my approach to it. Right or wrong, I'm not going to say that I don't care, and I'm always going to give my honest evaluation on the situation, like we have been doing. We don't love the strategy. I'm not going to sit here and lie to people and say that, yeah, the defensive tackle rotation right now is fine. Portal or not, they're fine. No, they have to go to the transfer portal. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about that in my decision. Now, I'm not going to lose sleep over who they're going to bring in and who they're not, because guess who has zero control over who Notre Dame brings in the transfer portal defensive tackle? Me. It just doesn't, in no way do I have a hand in that. Literally zero. So we're going to evaluate it as it comes in. But look, at the end of the day, there's pieces that we need. We're going to continue to talk about it. I would have to imagine that we're going to be putting out pieces of like, hey, now that the portal window is officially open, this person could be a good fit. This person could potentially be a good fit. But it's all for until it happens. It's just it's where we're at.
And that doesn't mean we can't say losing Josh Burnham, that's a big loss. Losing our Momukum is a potentially big loss. Losing Jadon Blair is a potentially big loss. We can say that without saying that means Notre Dame won't be good in 2026. That's what I'm saying. It's like, look, losing Josh Burnham stings, so that means you just better have something pretty good lined up. That's my point. Is let's just let it play out. And when we say we have no control over it, so we're not going to talk about it, that's not what we're saying. Trev's not saying that. We don't have any control over it, so we're going to wait until we know what the people that do have control over it are going to do and say, okay, we say right now we don't like the strategy. But if at the end of the day the strategy works out and you're like, well, okay, they had a plan and whether you agree or disagree with it, but the reality is coming out of that plan, this team is better prepared to go win a title next year than they were. Or hey, they had a plan and the plan didn't work, or something in between. So all I'm saying is let's let those things play out because it could be worse, Notre Dame fans. You could be a Bama fan today.
I was just about to say another thing that we don't have control over is the college football playoff. But it's one thing that we do have control over in the college football playoffs is we get to react to it, Brian. And the quarterfinals went down. Obviously, the Cotton Bowl, I believe it was the Cotton Bowl, was New Year's Eve. And that was Miami versus Ohio State. And then the three other remaining bowls, Oregon versus Texas Tech, Indiana versus Alabama, and then Georgia versus Ole Miss were all yesterday. And there was a lot of things to discuss. A lot of different things to discuss. Some teams surprised us. Other teams were kind of what we thought that they were, but now it just got showcased on more of a national level. But I agree with you. There are many worse spots that we could be in today. And I'm happy to be here in Indianapolis. I'm sure you're happy to be up there in Granger, not hanging out down in Tuscaloosa. That I am confident in.
Well, I mean, look, there's a lot of things right now. First of all, for all the Alabama fans who say, well, Notre Dame was sitting at home this weekend. True. And still only scored 3 fewer points yesterday than Alabama did. Alabama only scored 3 more points and only rushed for 23 more yards than what Notre Dame did in the quarterfinals this year. So, just wanted to get that out there. But in all seriousness, what this showed is in the last 2 years, and I want to talk about this before we move on to the mailbag. In the last 2 years, there have been 8 quarterfinal football games. 8. And in 7 of those 8 games, the team that played in round 1 went on to also win the quarterfinals, except for one. And that was Alabama, and they got destroyed. Every other team that played in the quarterfinals was at least moderately competitive, meaning they didn't lose by 30. Like the Texas Tech Oregon game was not overly competitive, but like there were multiple chances where Texas Tech was driving with the ball. If they could have done something with it, they could have at least made it a little bit more competitive. And they, threw bad picks in the end zone and all that. And the game ended up not being overly competitive. But, Alabama was a team. That game was over at halftime. I mean, they were lucky to only be down 17-0 at halftime. And just got absolutely dominated. Absolutely dominated. And now the Bama thing is, well, why was Bama the exception to this rule? Because they stink compared to other playoff teams. Bama has not been playing good football for 2 months. We told you guys, and you all in the chat agree with us, but we told everybody this. They're not a good football team. They haven't been a good football team for a while. Yeah, but they beat ranked teams. They had one good win all year. That was back in September over Georgia. Beating Missouri wasn't a very good win. It was an okay win. Beating Tennessee wasn't a great win. Beating Vanderbilt. By the way, how much did I love watching Iowa score over 30 points against Vanderbilt, watching Diego Pavia, I haven't seen a quarterback that annoys me this much since Johnny Manziel. And he ain't as good as Johnny Manziel. Just talk so much ignorant trash. Talking about, I want to go play in the Big Ten. I want to play with the best teams. Big Ten looks pretty flipping good right now compared to the SEC, but to have his, the last game of his 9th year of college be hopefully his last game in college period, be losing to a Big Ten team that he said, and I quote, you only got to score 7 points to beat Iowa. I didn't say that. Diego Pavia said that on a podcast. Now, this wasn't before the game. This was, I think, like either during the season or before the season. He said it a little bit ago. And then watching Iowa beat them and lead the whole game was just poetic justice. Like, it was poetic justice. But it just goes to show, and people can cry all they want and make all the excuses. They had all these guys sitting out. Well, who'd Alabama have sitting out? I had to listen to all these SEC homers. So, this is the healthiest Alabama's been in a long time. They got LT Overton is back, and Tim Keenan, and Ty Simpson's healthier, and Jam Miller's back, and their running backs rushed for like 16 yards. Literally. This was a mediocre football team, and it was that way all season long. They had one good Saturday.
I said this when we were previewing the games, Brian. I said that Alabama hadn't even been playing like a top 20 team in the last month. Hadn't. Bama in their last 3 games is 1-2. In their 2 losses, they were outscored 66-10. Okay? Off the top of your head, if you had to guess, how many team rushing yards do you think they had in those 3 games, in their last 3 games?
Oh, gosh. It was like 50-something, 40-something, wasn't it?
Yeah, 50's giving them too much credit. It's 48.
Because they had 23 yesterday and -3 against Georgia. I mean, can we be honest about something else along those lines, Trev? They didn't, quote unquote, beat Oklahoma. Oklahoma beat themselves. They were down 17-0 before Oklahoma started imploding.
Mm-hmm.
The pick 6 that Mateer threw, that wasn't Alabama making a play. That was a kid making a terrible choking in a big moment throw. The punter dropping the ball, Alabama didn't do anything to prove it. And they had to settle for a field goal on that drive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the only game they won in the last 3 was the fact that was a team that was up on them 17-0.
Facts.
And they then got beat 38-3 by a team that, and someone in our chat said last week, nothing but 2 stars.
Yeah. I mean, it was a lot of different takeaways from the quarterfinals. I'm going to have some articles coming out this weekend about them, more so looking at it from a Notre Dame perspective, like what can Notre Dame take away from these? What are some areas of focus? But some of them are consistent. I have been consistent about this since the start of the season. Ohio State will only go as far as what their run game will take them. I've said that since July.
I mean, we've done multiple week prediction shows during the regular season, and Trev talks about that all the time.
Like, Jeremiah Smith has had 301 receiving yards between the Big Ten championship game and their game against Miami. They've scored a combined 24 points. Mm-hmm. In those same games, they've struggled to, I think they've had like 60 team rushing yards combined.
Yeah.
Man, it's just like, look, and it's history. Like, that's Ryan Day as a head coach needs to sit back and this isn't a shot at Ryan Day. He won the national championship less than 365 days ago.
Sure.
But he needs to sit back and look and say, okay, look, we need to get better at running the football. If we want to have postseason long-term, because look, fact of the matter is you can beat Minnesota, you can beat Iowa, you can beat Rutgers, you can beat Maryland. I mean, I guess now this year you can beat Michigan by having good wide receiver play. But until you develop a consistent run game, great wide receiver play. Exactly. But until you develop a consistent run game, there's a cap for you in the post. Right. And the majority of the teams that have lost the last 2 years, what's crazy, Brian, is the teams in the quarterfinals, they've lost 7 out of their last 8 games. 6 of their 7 losses have been by double digits.
And to your point, Trevor, about Ohio State last year, this year in their playoff game and in the Big Ten title game, Ohio State rushed for 58 and 45 yards in those 2 games. Last year in the postseason, in their 3 convincing playoff wins, they ran for 156, 181, and 214. In the closest game they had, a game where Texas is knocking on the doorstep of tying the game at 21-21 all, they ran for 81 yards. This is not a coincidence. And Miami didn't, when I say like run it down Ohio State's throat, they didn't do that like how Notre Dame did to USC or how, but like they just kept hammering Mark Fletcher. And we talked about that in our previous show. Now, we got the prediction wrong, but one thing we said Miami needed to do was come out and take some lessons from the fourth quarter against A&M, apply them in this game to take some of the pressure off Carson Beck. They did that, and Carson Beck played well because the game wasn't on his shoulders. Ohio State put the game on the shoulders of Julian Sand, And that was an unfair thing to do to a redshirt freshman who you and this is where the whole Ohio State fans kept saying, well, this is all part of their strategy to get ready for the playoffs. Well, you can't do that and don't put the pressure on him in the regular season. And then all of a sudden in the Cotton Bowl say, okay, now we need you to go out there and win us a football game. And they didn't do that. Whereas the veteran quarterback didn't have to go win the game. He was part of a puzzle, and Miami beat them in the trenches. And Ohio State competed. They battled. They didn't get whooped in the trenches, but Miami beat them in the trenches. Oregon beat Texas Tech in the trenches. Ole Miss, Georgia did not beat Ole Miss in the trenches. If anything, it was sort of to me a draw.
Yeah.
And then it became about the athletes, and Ole Miss had better athletes. And I thought Gunnar Stockton battled his tail off last night, but Ole Miss had the better quarterback, and he'd been doing that all year. But Bama got destroyed in the trenches in a way that I have not seen a playoff team get destroyed in the trenches. I really haven't. Like this was worse, in my opinion, than what Alabama did to Notre Dame back in 2012. Because at least in 2012, Notre Dame had a couple drives where they were like they did a couple things. You had Tyler Eifert made a couple plays. DeVaris Daniels made some plays. Everett was able to run around. And, this is worse than that. This is worse. To me, this was worse than that. Or at least the same. And it had to happen to Indiana, who's a good football team. But, it was perfect indication of how the game went is they named Pat Coogan the MVP of the game.
Yeah.
When a center gets named MVP of the game, you know what happened in that game. You got destroyed in the trenches.
100%.
And it was on both sides of the ball. We were texting, you and Sean were texting throughout the game. Indiana was so well coached, and especially in the trenches. Their O-line and D-line coaches are elite. And I've said this before, Bob Bostad's a stud. You look at what he did taking Pat Coogan and what he turned Pat Coogan into, whereas Notre Dame's telling Pat Coogan to take a hike. And I'm not even upset about them doing that because they did have better players, like more talented players in position to start over him. But it's like it shows you what having a really elite O-line coach can do, as opposed to just a solid one. I'm just saying. But it was evident from watching yesterday's game, Trev, that what we said before. What did you and I say for weeks leading up to the final ranking? Miami's making this about Notre Dame versus Miami. And I still to this day think that Notre Dame should have been ranked ahead of Miami because the entirety of the season they had a better resume than Miami. But what you and I always said was they both belong in. The mistake the ACC made, the mistake Miami made, and we said this for weeks before the final ranking was you should be going after the SEC because those are fraudulent teams. And that got shown last night. The SEC the only playoff wins the SEC had this year was Ole Miss beating Tulane and then two SEC teams beating other SEC teams. That's it.
Yeah. Definitely not wrong. It got highlighted. And you could even tell, listening to whatever broadcast that you were listening to, whether it was the Chris Fowler Herb Street broadcast, I know Pat McAfee does his own stream on ESPN2 for the games. And everybody was just beside themselves of what was happening to Alabama because they were living under the assumption that this was still 2012 Alabama. They saw the crimson helmet, they saw the white jerseys, and they're like, yeah, well, it's Bama. It's not. Personally, for me, I'm a happy camper. I picked IU to cover. They were favored by 7.5 points on FanDuel, and I picked them to cover because I was like, look, I basically went on the logic of what we had been talking about the last couple of weeks. I did not expect them to win by 35. Hindsight's always 20/20. If I would have put $10 on that, I would have won like $500. But end of the day, it got put under light in a very national stage that Alabama was not a playoff team. That's exactly what it was. So, guess unfortunate for them. But I guess as Miami's head coach said when they got made into the playoffs, the truth always comes out.
It does.
And
it does.
Truth came out about the old Crimson
It does. I think it also came out about what we were saying about Indy. This is the one game we predicted last week was not going to be competitive. We even warned Alabama fans before the show started, like, hey, listen, if you don't want to get triggered, turn off now because this is not going to be a close game. And it was worse than we thought. It was worse than we thought. What was your prediction last week? Mine was it 31-17? Something like that.
Mine was
and it was worse
34-17.
Yeah, it was worse than we thought. It was worse than what we thought. So that team had no business being in the playoffs. And I'm not someone who says just because you lose in the postseason or just because you win in the postseason, that means the committee got it right. I'm not one that says that. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you watched Alabama play in both games, and it was evident that they weren't a playoff caliber team. And the only reason they won a playoff game is because they played another team that you and I said belonged in the playoff based on their resume, but was not one of the 10 best teams in college football. And that team outgained you by 10 yards. They gave you that game. Because honestly, if Oklahoma would have played Indiana, the only thing that would have been different is I think Oklahoma would have scored an extra touchdown, maybe two, in a 38-17 blowout. Because I think Oklahoma, Mateer would have hit a couple big passes. They always do. You know, like you're not going to hold them to 3. You might have hold them to 10 or 13, but it wasn't going to be close. They just might have scored a little bit more. That's it. Whoever won that game was going to get whooped by Indiana. There's no doubt about that. And, you know, if you think about it, if the committee would have done it right, even if they said, hey, we're going to honor head-to-head and give Miami the higher seed, okay, you would have had Notre Dame versus Ohio State, and you would have had Indiana against Miami. Those would have been some epic quarterfinal games. I'm not going to sit there and say, Notre Dame would have beat Ohio State or so-and-so would have beat Indiana. I don't know. That's not the point. The point is we would have gotten a lot better football games, in my opinion, than what we got in the Rose Bowl. That's for sure. Because whether it was Notre Dame or Miami, both of those teams would have given Indiana a much better game. Win, lose, or draw, they would have given Miami or Indiana a much better game than what Alabama gave them.
Oh,
they're both better football teams, as we've been saying for 2 freaking months.
I have a couple buddies that are like actively like anti Notre Dame, and I don't mean like they have their team and they think Notre Dame is annoying. They will go out of their way to, I mean, they're like NFL guys, man. They will actively go out of their way to downplay Notre Dame, to say fit any narrative that Paul Feinbaum says on ESPN. They just regurgitate it. And even they both texted me yesterday and were like, "Hey, man, I'm not saying Notre Dame would have beat Indiana. They wouldn't have lost by 35."
Right, 100%. Because I think they would have beat Indiana. We got asked this question in the Faison or the Faison Hold on Wednesday. I don't know if I think they would have. I don't know. That's a good football team. This is not last year's Indiana. 100%. This isn't, well, we beat – you have not heard me say, you know, I mean, I did say snarkily last night, well, at least Notre Dame knows how to beat Indiana. But in real analysis, you never heard me say, well, they beat them last year, so they beat them this year. I think you and I both agree that both Notre Dame and Indiana are better than they were last year.
Ooh,
I also want to point this out. This is false. A Miami fan says, I'm not pushing y'all down. My point is you made it a Miami and Indy thing when, in fact, it should have been an Alabama Notre Dame deal. That's a lie. That's just a flat-out lie. We said for over a month, that Miami was screwing up because they were making it an ND thing. Don't try to tell me that Miami didn't make this an ND thing. Notre Dame said nothing. That's our beef. They said nothing. The entire lead up, we kept saying that Notre Dame should be ahead of Miami, but the mistake Miami was making is that they should have been talking about Bama and Oklahoma, not Notre Dame, especially since Notre Dame is affiliated with the ACC. We kept saying Miami and Notre Dame both belonged in. I did stuff breaking down where Notre Dame ranked against Alabama. So don't come in here and try to tell us that we did something that we clearly did not do. We said for a month that Notre Dame and Miami belonged in. Notre Dame's not the program that went on a month tirade talking about how they belonged in over Miami. Miami did that. They didn't talk about Bama. They didn't talk about Oklahoma. They only talked about Notre Dame.
The argument we had on this show was we were mad that Notre Dame didn't have a response to that
exactly.
happening. Like that's what this show talked about. Like man. Like using that term "you" real loosely. That did not come on this end of the
screen. You can't say you, well, Notre Dame did it. Not you guys specifically. Notre Dame said nothing. We were the ones talking about how Notre Dame and Miami both should have been in. We're the ones that said Bama had no business being in before the final rankings come out, before Alabama dropped them down. Our only pushback was to the bullcrap from Miami fans who kept saying head-to-head, head-to-head, head-to-head the entire time. We were pushing back on that narrative. I kept saying, stop, Miami fans. Stop making it about Notre Dame. Make this about Bama and the SEC and Ole Miss losing their coach and Oklahoma having a mediocre offense that makes the 2012 Notre Dame offense look like a juggernaut. Talk about that. And why would Miami not make it about Notre Dame? Because I just swear Miami has some of the absolute dumbest fans in the world. I'm not even going to go. No, I have no use for them. Just go away. Seriously, go away. Just dumb. Here's the thing, Trev. I will answer for everything I say. You want to call me out for predicting Texas Tech to beat Oregon? Go for it. You want to say, hey, man, what happened to that prediction about you predicting Ohio State to beat Miami? I was wrong. Don't come in here and accuse me of doing something I didn't do or saying something I didn't say, because you're going to look like an idiot. Because we said for a month on this show that the mistake they were making at Miami, because, again, Notre Dame wasn't making it about Miami. Notre Dame said nothing. We kept talking about how the SEC is overrated. We kept talking about how Alabama didn't belong in the playoffs. So don't come in here and try to spin the argument. Just go away. If you're not going to have a clue of what you're talking about, go away. This is a show reserved for people that actually know ball and are honest in what they say and do. If you want to do that, you're more than welcome to stay. But don't come in here with that mess, because that's not even close to what we did. What happened yesterday is an end result of what we have been saying for well over almost 2 months now, since it's been a month since the committee did their final rankings. 2 months. We kept saying Bama doesn't belong. Before I think it was before the final rankings came out, I went on national radio shows telling them Bama doesn't belong. When I went on Greg McElroy's show, did he and I talk about Miami versus Notre Dame? No. What did he and I talk about? Notre Dame and Bama. So you can miss me with that. You can miss me with that. Rant over. I can't promise I won't have another one during the show. I hope not. But I can't stand people that say things that are just flat out false.
Agreed. I'm with you. Well, 2026 is off to a hot start here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. We're getting ready to dive into the Friday free-for-all mailbag, folks. But before we get there, make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame, loves college football, and loves to sit down and talk some ball, invite them over to the podcast, invite them over to this show, and also invite them over to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. All right, Brian. Next part of the Irish Breakdown Podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's the Friday free-for-all mailbag. And it's a new year, new faces in the chat all the time, 786 lovely people in here. So if this is, in fact, your first mailbag and you want to get a question or a comment answered, you can always put MB for mailbag or a little mailbox emoji before your question, comment, or concern. And that lets us know to set the question aside, because the chat today is real live. So we need to be able to set that apart a little bit. Then if you want your question bumped up to the top, you can always feel free to throw in a super chat as well. Those will always get answered. But first show of 2026, a lot of things to get answered, get to talking about here, Brian. So I'm ready to dive into this.
We do have some super chats. So we actually had a few pop up. And we have one from Gavin Schmavin 44. Thoughts on Al Washington becoming the LB coach and who's going to be the target for the D-line coach. Who would you like to see? Gavin, obviously we addressed that. I wanted to bring that up and thank you for your super chat. As far as who they address, I tend to stay out of these, because what I learned over the last 10 years is whenever I say, hey, I like this coach, and I kind of say, hey, I'd like to see them go after this coach. If they don't get that coach, people who kind of take what I say to heart, then view the coach that they went after as a disappointment. And my answer is always, very rarely is it a case where it's like, you've got to hire this one guy. And I think in the past, I've gotten focused on the guy that I like, and I've even gone to the point where I can understand why people take it as, if they don't hire the guy I want, it's a disappointment. And the reality is there's multiple coaches they could bring in that would be great hires. Let's just kind of see who they are. I mean, I personally, I think the Pat Kuntz thing makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's a Notre Dame grad. Indiana's playing great along the lines, but if they don't hire Pat Kuntz, there's plenty of other really good D-line coaches out there. People have talked about Charlie Partridge. He has a great reputation, developing offensive line. I know he spent some time around Notre Dame. Maybe that's an angle they go with. There's a lot of good D-line coaches out there. Just bring one of them in. I don't really want to get into the whole here's who they should go after thing. I would for a coordinator hire, but when it comes to position coaches, there's more legitimate big-time candidates for position coaches than there are for big-time coordinators. It's just a little bit of a different animal. So what I'll do more is react to the names that are out there. I think Pat Kuntz, a name that's out there, would be a great hire. I think Charlie Partridge, a name that's out there, would be a great hire. I don't know how Charlie Partridge is going to do from a recruiting standpoint. I mean, he's 52 years old. He's been in college. He's he's in the NFL now. He's been in college a lot longer than he was in the NFL, obviously. But, I don't know that I would say I know enough about him to say home run hire. I know reputation-wise comes with a great reputation. So the point is there's a lot of good coaches out there. Just go bring one in. There's a lot of good D coordinator guys that they could have brought in last year. I don't know that they brought in one of those guys. Well, I think this year will tell us a lot more about that. But that's my big thing is that. So, but I just wanted to thank you for the super chat since you did give it. He put that up before we talked about the Out Washington stuff.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Appreciate you, man. 1-7 teams with a bye. Will this change next year?
So we were going to talk about that in the last segment, but the rant on Bama kind of went a little long, and I saw that Tyler had put this super chat up, so I figured we'll address it during the mailbag. I think this is the big question mark, Trevor, and this is something that you wrote an article about at Irish Breakdown. I'd encourage you folks to check that out and get Trevor's thoughts on it. So I'll share mine, and Trev, you can also share yours as well, since not everybody that watches the show reads the website, which they should, at irishbreakdown.com. But I think what this does is this makes the argument for the people that won a 16-team playoff a lot stronger. There's basically there's two legitimate pushes. Well, three. There's some that say, hey, 12 is enough. And for them, nothing's going to change their opinion of that, which is fine. I'm not even saying that that's a bad opinion. There's some that want to go to 14. There's a lot of arguments to make for 14. I think a 14-team playoff this year would have settled a lot of the angst about who should. I mean, we're not even spending a month debating Miami versus BYU versus whoever in Notre Dame, because Notre Dame, Alabama, Miami, and BYU all would have got in. They would have all been in the playoffs, and we'd be having a different conversation. I think that argument got stronger. Like the expanded to 14 got stronger because of what happened with Notre Dame and BYU. But the problem with a 14-team playoff is that you're not expanding as much. There's rarely 16 teams that belong in a playoff. I would argue that two things happened this offseason that to me are going to give ammo to the people that want to go beyond 14 to 16 ammo. Number one is how good Texas looked in their bowl game. How good their offense looked against Michigan. Now, Michigan's depleted. There's all the issues. I understand that. But, Texas played well, offensively at least. And people can say, well, boy, that Texas team could have done some damage. Now, again, I don't buy that. I'm not advocating for that. I'm simply saying that's something people are going to use. Look what they did to Michigan. Look how good Arch played. Look how good this guy was. And they didn't even have insert this player that sat out, coach that they fired, whatever. It's not compelling, but neither were the arguments people used to get rid of the buys last year, and they still worked, right? That's one that people will use is, BYU belonged, Notre Dame belonged, but Texas also belonged, so that's why we need to go to 16. But the bigger thing is this right here. In the last 2 years, as we pointed out earlier, 7 of the 8 teams that got buys lost. And let's see, 3 of them last year and 3 of them this year. So 6 of the 7 lost by double digits.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to consider. And people, a comment was, are too many teams? Would you think this is watering down the playoffs? Well, anything past 4 is kind of watering down the playoffs already. But I would argue not in today's era. I would have been more open to there's too many teams 5-10 years ago. But in the portal era where talent is being distributed more and teams are losing players they normally wouldn't have lost, I think it changes the dynamic a little bit. Where, look, I mean, I'll give you a perfect example, Coleman. Notre Dame would have been the 11 seed in this year's playoff. And Trevor, when you look at the FanDuel odds, Notre Dame, I think you said on FanDuel, right before the announcement was made, Notre Dame had the 3rd best odds to win it all.
Correct. Tied with Georgia.
And they would have been the 11 seed. I'd be one. I mean, I have to. What was Texas? 14? Were they 14? So let's just look at the rankings, and we'll just look. We can argue they were bad rankings or whatever, but let's just look at the college football playoff rankings, okay? In the first round, you would have had Indiana versus USC, Ohio State versus Utah, Georgia versus Vanderbilt, Texas Tech versus Texas, Oregon versus BYU, Ole Miss versus Notre Dame, A&M versus Miami, Oklahoma versus Alabama. That would have been a way better first round than what we got. Because it would have been. Because I think some of the teams that were ranked, well, actually, that would assume we don't have the 2 playoff teams, the 2 G5 teams. But let's go with the 2 G5 teams, okay? You'd had Indiana versus JMU in like people joke about JMU, but like the storylines there would have been huge. Signetti, JMU, right? Then you would have had number 2 Ohio State against number 15 Tulane, not great. But then we get into Georgia versus Vandy, Texas Tech versus Texas, old Big 12 rivalry. Oregon, BYU, Ole Miss, Notre Dame. I just think those would have been way better games. If you can get rid of the G5 thing, it makes it even better because I think we would all much rather see USC. Now, you say, is it watered down too much? No, because I think if a team like USC was coached by someone who wasn't a complete soft, like loser, that's a year where there's years where that team could upset number 1 potentially. Not often, but it could happen. A 14 could maybe get hot and go on a run. And that's why I say in this era, I don't think that expanding to 16 is really worse than going to 12. I mean, look, last year we'd have had Miami in the playoff with Cam Ward. What would they have been able to do? They would have been matched up against Penn State. That'd have been intriguing. So, I just look at it and say, I just think in certain eras that's true, Coleman. I think in certain eras that'll be watered down, but I mean that's going to be true in years where there's 12 teams in the playoff. There's been years where there's a 14 playoff and one of the teams, just like Michigan State in 2015, you're like, that team has no business being in the playoffs. You have to put them in there because they beat Ohio State, but they have no business being. I mean, they're not a legitimate contender. I mean, in 2023. Number 16 Notre Dame against number 1 Michigan. You don't think that would have been an entertaining first-round game? I think Michigan probably beats them. But you don't think that would have been an entertaining first-round game? So I think that 16 to me is, if you're not going to stay at 12, you got to go to 16. And that's the whole point that we're talking about here is the fact that in 2 years, the higher seed has lost 7 of the 8 times, and 6 of those times is by double digits. I don't know what you can take from that other than the time off is hurting the teams that got buys. And what Trev and I said, because we talked about this in our last show, I don't know that last year alone gave you that story. Because what Trev and I argued is last year, the lower seeded teams, in our opinion, were better in every game. We thought Notre Dame was better than Georgia, and they were, but also it was 5 versus 2. It was not a fair, typical 2-seed situation. They weren't playing a 7 or a 10. They were playing 5. But because of the automatic bids, automatic buys with conference winners, you push down 3 and 4, 5 and 6 all got pushed down. So Oregon, number 1, is not playing a number 8 or a 9. They're playing number 6. So that'd have been like Indiana playing Ole Miss instead of Alabama. And I don't know that that's, if that would have been overly fair to judge just on that one season. This year, I don't know. I think the story's a little bit different. I don't think Miami was head and shoulders above Ohio State. We thought Ohio State was better. I think we actually got last year's – I think we went 4 for 4 last year in predictions in this quarterfinal.
In the quarters? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we all picked Ohio State. We all picked Notre Dame. We all picked Penn State. We all picked Texas. This year, I went, I think, 2 and 2. And actually, I went 1 and 3. You went 2 and 2. I went 1 and 3. And I think it speaks to, I don't know that it was as given that this team is definitely better than that team going in. And so I think it's a different deal. This year, I think the games were more evenly matched outside of Indiana versus Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Texas Tech matched up very well with Oregon. They just didn't play well. I think the thing you talked about, like the moment being too big for them, was what happened in that game. And then the thing that I talked about, where if I'm wrong, it'll be because Baron Morton. Both of those things proved to be true. But on paper, I think that was a very fair matchup. Oregon outplayed them. I don't think it was, it wasn't the unfair advantage of like last year. It was like Texas versus Arizona State kind of thing. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, Texas is the lower seed, but they're the higher ranked team. So I think this year you look at it and say, I think now we don't know if Miami would have still beat Ohio State if they both played in the first round.
Sure.
We have no idea. We don't know if Texas Tech would have beat Oregon. I don't want to pretend like Ohio State would have won if insert excuse. They didn't. But what you have to look at is when we have 2 years of data and it's gone strongly in one direction and really only one of the games was close. What's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, is this, I think what it's going to do is it's going to be an argument for we have to go to 16 teams so everybody plays in round 1. The other argument is there was already the call of you're punishing, and you and I talked about this as well, Trev, you're punishing the teams that are the 4 best by not giving them a home game. You're punishing the team and you're punishing their community. So Notre Dame can host a playoff game last year, make millions and millions of dollars for the community over the weekend by hosting a playoff game, but Georgia does not get that opportunity in Athens. Oregon did not get that opportunity for Eugene. And I think that's like, okay, so are we really rewarding the higher seeds now? We have to look at that. And I do think the top higher seed should be rewarded. That's why you play the games. They earned that on the field.
Yep. And that's basically the argument that I made in the article, because based on what's happened the last couple, and I even worded it in the article where it's like, look, this isn't because Notre Dame got out and if you expanded it to 16, they would have been in. That's not the case. It's for the sole fact that they are now rewarding teams in the wrong areas. They're rewarding Alabama by not dropping them a spot in the playoffs after losing by 21 in their conference championship. They're rewarding teams that didn't make the top 4, even in a straight seeding model with home games, and you're kind of leaving them out to dry. So one of two things has to happen. Either you change the playoff schedule and you just have to be okay with these bowl games not being like New Year's Eve, New Year's 6 bowl games, and moving up the schedule so one team doesn't have a 9 to 10 day gap in between games, and other schools have like 26-day gaps in between games. So either you have to change the time frames of when you play these games, or you have to expand the playoffs. Because right now, what the last 2 years have shown us, and we can dance around with the arguments like, yeah, but a 2-year sample size. It's like, but why does this have to go on for years for us to find this out?
How many teams need to be sacrificed in 100%. This era of trial and error to say that, right? Especially since there are calls to go to a bigger playoff anyway.
Yeah. And it's not like it's 50-50. When it's 7 of the 8, That I'm willing to bet you that it's going to remain more of the constant for years to come. But if there's already talks about expanding it anyways, you just go to straight seeding and you go to 1 to 16, 2 versus 15, and so on and so forth down the line. That gives everybody the opportunity to play home games. That's, so now it doesn't have to be the, quarterfinals should be played on home campuses, because at some point, like, that's not going to be able to be like a viable option depending on who's hosting, who's doing what. Then you would have to get the bowl tie-ins to agree that, like, the Orange Bowl is in Columbus or the Sugar Bowl is in Athens, because those are predominantly neutral site games. Actually, they've always been neutral site games. So that gives the top 4 seeds the ability to play at home. And it allows every single team so there's no more excuses on either side. On one hand, the teams that play in the first round, it's like, well, you got rest. And the teams at the bye, it's like, yeah, and we also haven't played a game in a month. I mean, they were talking in the Texas Tech game about how Joey McGuire openly talked about how they struggled coming up with a practice game plan. Because it's like, do we go full contact? Do we not tackle at all? So everybody's fresh. Like, what do we do? So that eliminates that. So that's how I would look at it. That's the argument that I made in the article, is at this point, you might as well just expand it to 16, because now, instead of doing it just for the money, because let's be real, that's what the initial talks were. This will make more money. There's going to be more games. There's going to be more teams. More money is going to be involved. But now that you have concrete evidence of, like, legitimate benefits of it expanding, that's basically what I talk about in the article. So you guys should check it out.
What I don't support is the notion of getting rid of, and this is a comment that was brought up by Dan Lanning. I wanted to just bring it up by Vanilla Chill. It says, what do you think about Lanning's comments about the playoff? He believes the quarterfinal should be on campuses. He also said the first round should be a week or two earlier. I'll talk about the calendar here in a second, but I don't support having the second round games, the quarterfinal games on home campuses. For a host of reasons. Number one is I support I like the idea of playing neutral field games in the quarterfinals. I do. Because, like, once you get past the first round, like, okay, now we are starting to dwindle things down to the best teams. And now I'm not as sure that I like the idea of having to go on the road and play another game. This team has to travel. This team doesn't in the second round games as much. And the other thing, too, that's not even the primary driver. The other thing is I still like the idea of playing bowl games. People say it's like the NFL. Well, the NFL's only ever had one game a year that's on a neutral field. It's the Super Bowl. The great thing about college football is there's like 20 games like that during bowl season. That's why bowl season was so good, is those games mattered. You get 2 teams on a neutral field, let them duke it out. The only thing that I would say is I think the thing that needs to change is they're going to have to they're going to have to force some bowls. Like, we need you to move to Indianapolis. We need you to move to Chicago, or we need you to move to Detroit. Like, because the one unfair advantage is no matter where the bowl game is, northern teams have to travel really far. You've had some title games in, like, Chicago or like Indianapolis. We had that. But the quarterfinal games, there needs to be some sort of, here's the slate of 8 bowl games or whatever, because, maybe expand them a little bit. And we're going to have some games in Indianapolis. So if the number 1 seed is Indiana, Notre Dame, Penn State, Michigan, somebody like that, then they get a quarterfinal game in Indy instead of having to go down to Athens. Like Notre Dame had to beat Georgia in their backyard last year. You know what I mean? Like, they had, that's not fair. I don't agree with that, because now there is an advantage to the Southern teams, and they're still not winning a lot of those games. So that's the only thing I would look into is expanding the host sites for the quarters and semis to where there is a mix of northern cities that are getting to take part in that. That would be the one thing I'd push back on. But as far as the calendar goes, what I would say is 2 things that need to happen. You have to say to teams, like, look, it's time to get rid of your conference championship games. It used to make sense financially. It used to make sense from the standpoint of you've got to determine your champion. You have 10 to 12 teams. You've got 5 to 10 or 5 to 6, your divisions. Everybody doesn't play everybody. I get it, right? And when the Big Ten went past 10 teams, there was a need there for them to also do this. Used to be the Big Ten didn't matter because everybody played everybody when they actually had 10 teams in the league because everybody played everybody. All fair and love and war, right? Now it's like you had wasn't it like a 5-team tiebreaker in the SEC? Something stupid like that. And one of the worst of that group got the bye because of the different tiebreakers. And that's how Alabama got in. Get rid of conference championship games. I mean, they clearly don't matter anyway. I mean, you could go lose your conference championship game by 21 points and you're not even going to move a spot in the rankings. So what's really the point of playing conference championship games? So get rid of those. Last game of the season is the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Done deal. Then what you do is you say, okay, teams get 2 weeks off. We're going to have the selection show that Sunday. And then Army-Navy is the following Saturday. Championship weekend now becomes Army-Navy. And then you play it that way. Have selection show Sunday after the last regular season games, and then start 2 weeks later, basically start your playoffs. And then what I would do is I'd play first round, second round, like a week apart. And then I'd have a little bit of a space in between the quarters and the semis to then play the semis on January 1. And then your title game's a week later. That's what I would do. If you want to play all 3 in a row and then have your title game, have a bye between your title game to get more hype, whatever, it is what it is. I'd prefer not to have a longer break in between the title game, but the thing you can't do and you have to be careful of is you can't start them right after the regular season. I don't think that we should be asking college kids to go from playing 12 games in 13 weeks to then jumping immediately into 14 playoffs. They do that at Division III. When I coached D3, we went right into the playoffs the next week. Like, we played our last game on Saturday. We watched the selection show on Sunday. We got in. Next week we're playing. But here's the deal. We only played 10 regular season games. So when you were winning a championship, you're only playing 14. So now they've expanded it at D3. Now it's 15 games. But it was a different deal. These kids are now playing 12, 13 regular season games. And then you've got to go potentially play 4 playoff games. That's 17 games that at least 2 teams are going to play. And I just, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. If you get rid of conference championship game, you're at least backing that down to 16. But that's still a lot of games for 18 and 19-year-olds. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I don't want playing games. I don't want any of those gimmicky stuff. I don't care about that. Give me my 16 and let them go ball. If you just, that's how I'll play it. Because now you get the playing games are going to have to happen the week after the regular season. Those teams now have to play. So let's say they're like, look, we're going to have 18 teams because we're going to give 2 G5s a chance to play in a playing game. So 15 and 16 have to play. So now a team that gets in might have to play 5 freaking postseason games to win a championship. I don't think that makes a lot of sense either. So that's how I would do it. I'd expand it to 16. Screw it. I think it's 16 at the FCS level, at least 16 at the FCS level. D3, I don't know what D3 is anymore, but there were times when I was coaching, and there was like 30 teams that got in. I had a whole bunch of conference champions got in, and then there's some at-larges. Ironically, the 2 times that I was part of a playoff at the D3 level, we were actually at-large teams. We had to watch the show to see if we're going to get in. We tied for the conference championship both years, but didn't get the tiebreaker to get in. So we literally sat there on Sunday watching the selection show, seeing if we're going to get in or not, which was actually nerve-wracking, but also awesome since we got in. I don't know how it would have felt if we didn't get in those 2 times, but anyway, and at both places we won our first round games. And when we played the second round, we were playing a team that had played the week before. So that's kind of where I'm at, Trev, is and people say that's what conference championship games should be. You lose and you're out. Again, that's not fair. Because if you're like how fair would that be to Indiana, Ohio State? The 2 best teams in the country are both in the Big Ten for what we thought during the regular season. Now one of them gets them eliminated while the number 3 team in the Big Ten's getting into the playoff and they're getting rewarded for not playing in the Big Ten title game. Like, I don't know that would make a lot of sense for me.
No, because it's like the rule is it can't be a one size fits all, because you have
Right.
situations where sometimes in conference championships you have 1 versus 2 playing. And then in others like the SEC championship, it just should be the blanket statement should be you should be punished if you lose in whatever way that is, and you should be rewarded if you win in whatever way that is. If you're on the fringe of making the playoffs, don't lose that game. I think
Right.
it's that simple. Like you made your conference championship, but obviously the committee has gone out of their way to devalue it. So if you're going to go and lose it, then there has to be a repercussion for losing. Because if there's none, then why play?
Right.
Because then at that point, you're just risking injury.
Right.
That's how I see it. If you lose, you should get dinged. If you win, you should get rewarded.
Like Ohio State did.
Yeah. Or like
BYU did. Like Texas, it was BYU got dinged, Virginia got dinged, Ohio State got dinged. Everybody but Bama got dinged.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, you can even go outside. North Texas went down in the rankings the following week, and they weren't even in the playoff discussion if they lost. I mean, it's just there has to be some sort of repercussion either way if you win or lose, like every other game ever. Like, I just don't think it's that hard of a concept. You can't start pick and choosing. That's when it gets messy, like we saw with the committee this year.
Yeah, agree. So, again, my solution, it's time to expand to 16, get rid of conference championships. And if you think you can win the legal battle, get rid of G5 teams. They have to be in the top 16. And I'd get rid of all automatic bids. All automatic bids. Like, you're in the top 16 or you're not. Like, that's it. Like, here's the deal. If you can't get one of the teams in your league to rank in the top 16, that team doesn't belong in the playoffs. It's as simple as that.
100%.
Simple as that. So anyway, great questions, guys. Very, very much. I want to get back up to some of these super chats here that we had, but I just wanted to bring this one from Vanilla Chill because it went along with what we were discussing.
Super chat from Matt 2011 GT. Appreciate you, Matt. Does not having a D-line coach cause potential issues bringing in D linemen from the portal?
No, I don't think so, because Marcus, I'm sure, like, listen, I don't think Marcus Freeman is moving out of Washington to begin a D-line coach search. And I should have made this clear when we were talking about it. I got to think out that Marcus Freeman has an idea who he's going to bring in. But this is a guess because I don't think Marcus Freeman is an idiot. I don't think you make this move without having an idea. Now, the idea could be we're going to get one of these 2 or one of these 3, which I'm going to tell kids about. But I think the timing of this move is more about we know who we're going to get, and you can talk to players about that when they visit. Listen, it's not out there yet, but we're going to be bringing in such and such. But obviously right now his team is playing. And so I have a hard time. Again, this is my opinion. This isn't a fact, Matt, because this is a very fair question. My opinion is I have a hard time believing that Marcus Freeman makes this move right now if he doesn't have an idea of who he's going to be bringing in. I just don't.
Agreed. And you're also going to be able to sell the vision of what that individual portal player is going to be doing with the team and with the defense outside of just having a defensive line coach. Like, there's definitely, look, I'm not going to say that it wouldn't hurt to have an actual D-line coach, but also, Al Washington still coached the defensive line. You still meet with Al Washington, even though he's coaching linebackers, but you're still able to sell the overall vision, even if you don't have that individual position coach. So, yeah, I think they'll be all right. I mean, Mike Brown's first day on campus was the day Bo Collins visited.
Something like that.
You're still able to do it.
Right. And it's still Marcus Freeman's still the head coach, and it's NIL offers and all that kind of stuff. I think there's going to be some sort of, hey, here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to do.
Super chat from K-Way for real. A&M, Bama. Appreciate the super chat, by the way. A&M, Bama, Oklahoma all played terrible the last 2 months. Texas Tech and Ohio State quality wins are debatable. I hate that we missed out this year. Truly believe we would have beat every team. Praying for a better 2026.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd say that about A&M. I don't think A&M played terrible the last 2 months. I don't. I think A&M didn't play very well against Texas, but I think Texas was playing. I think Texas was playing their best ball of the season down the stretch.
Yeah.
After that Georgia game, the next two games we saw from Texas were very different games, especially for their offense. Like their offense kind of had a wake-up moment, I felt, in that Arkansas game, and then played well against Texas A&M and obviously smoked Michigan. I mean, before that, I know the South Carolina game was close. That was a bad game, but they smoked Missouri, smoked LSU. Like they also had those games a month before. So, and I agree with the other two. I mean, I do agree with the other two. I don't think Oklahoma's very good. But as we said before, Oklahoma was not a top 10 team, but I do think Oklahoma had a resume that you could look at and say, guys, they played a legit schedule. I mean, the difference between Oklahoma and Alabama is this. Oklahoma went out of conference, played a team like Michigan, who's way better than Florida State, and beat them by double digits. They didn't have that 2-touchdown loss on their resume. Both of their losses were to top 15 teams, where Alabama had a loss to an unranked team with a losing record. They did beat a top 15 Michigan team, a top 15 Alabama team. Like they had wins over Missouri and teams like that Michigan that were good wins. I don't think that they were playing great football, though. I just think their resume, their strength of schedule was legitimately good. Alabama's was in the 20s. Like everybody kept pointing to Alabama's strength of schedule being the top 5. And I'm like, that's only on the FPI. That's only on ESPN's thing. Every other strength of schedule metric, and the one that the committee looks at, had them in the 20s. So Oklahoma's was in the top 10. That's the only difference for me. But they were not a top 10 team. If we're going off of just like who do we think the 10 best teams are, neither one of those teams belonged in there. A&M did. Because however you spin it, Notre Dame's a different team now, whatever. I don't care. Notre Dame is a different team now. A&M still beat them. Miami still beat them. So that doesn't mean that they should definitely be ranked ahead of Notre Dame, but it does mean, in my opinion, when a team goes 11-1 like A&M, and their only loss is the last game of the season on the road to Texas, and they beat Notre Dame on the road beginning of the year, you're a playoff team.
Mm-hmm. This year's playoff was just such an interesting conversation going into, because I'm going to say all 10, because James Madison and Tulane are just a different conversation entirely.
Right.
From teams 1 through 10, there was data points and argument points that you could make for every single team 1 through 10 of why they should or should not be ranked where they should be ranked, or in the playoffs at all once you start getting to the lower half. I mean, Ole Miss was without a head coach, and they moved up in the rankings. IU played one ranked opponent in the entirety of the regular season. Like Ohio State had a light strength of schedule. Texas Tech had 2 quality wins, but it came against like the same opponent. Yeah, so it's like there's arguments to be made on either side, but one of the reasons why I love the playoffs is because you can kind of put all that aside and you have the opportunity to go prove it out on the field. Like we talked about last year with Notre Dame making the playoffs. Everybody's like, they shouldn't be in. They lost to Northern Illinois. Any team that loses to a group of 5 teams should never be able to go and make a run in the playoffs. And they played for a national championship. So while I agree that, yeah, Bama and Oklahoma played terrible football the last 2 months, that's something that we had been talking about the last 2 months. But that's what makes playoffs so interesting. But that is why I hate that Notre Dame isn't in it this year, because what set them apart from the other 10 teams that I just listed off? That's the frustrating part. That's what really makes this season the what if, because it's not like their resume or how they were beating teams or what they did this season was just so vastly different from everybody else that they should have been left out. But yeah, I definitely agree with some of this. And hindsight's always going to be 2020. But the best part about playoffs is you get the opportunity to go handle business and prove it on the field. And one of the reasons why I love this sport is it's not the NFL, where, outside of this season, for the better half of the last 5 years, the Super Bowl is just going to be the Chiefs and the Eagles or the Chiefs and the 49ers. I mean, guys, the college football playoff semifinals is Miami, Oregon, Indiana, and Ole Miss. That's crazy. Like that's partially what makes this sport fun, but I get it, man. We were all texting, me, Brian, Vince, and Sean during the games yesterday, and that's a big common talking point, was talking about how Notre Dame would do some work if they were in this playoffs.
My annoyance is a lot of the people saying that now we're not saying that then. Some are.
Agreed.
Like Will Compton was one of Notre Dame's biggest cheerleaders going into the final playoff rankings. Like there were guys out there beyond. It wasn't just me and Brady Quinn alone. I just felt like we were kind of the only ones in this sphere that I'm aware of that were really, being vocal about it. But there were some national people. We talked about this. Joey Galloway said that. I mean, Joey Galloway was like, look, I don't care that Miami beat Notre Dame. I'm watching these teams play now, and I'm telling you, Notre Dame's a better football team than Miami. And that's fine. That's when we were annoyed that ESPN was only talking about Notre Dame versus Miami, because we thought at the time that they should both be in over Alabama and Oklahoma, especially Alabama. But yeah, it's frustrating. I mean, the whole thing is frustrating because, like you said, Notre Dame could have done some damage. But at the end of the day, I'm going to rail against what the committee did, but I'm also going to say you had a chance to handle your own business in September and August, and you didn't get it done. You just had to win one of those two games. That's it. That's it.
Did you see Damian Harris's tweet yesterday?
Oh, I love that.
He's like, y'all
that.
wanted me to apologize.
Well, I got real petty last night on Twitter. I was like, dude, I got to get off Twitter for a while and like just post my stories and get off because I'm getting real petty on Twitter right now. But I went in and a bunch of people were like, oh, you're terrible. And like a bunch of Bama fans. I'm like, do you guys know what you're admitting to? You're admitting that you want him to lie to you. Like, that's what you guys are saying. Because he played at Bama, he should lie to you. Because he played at Bama, he should always say good things about Bama because it'll make you feel better. Otherwise, he's a sellout or whatever else. I'm like, he's not just some random guy, some random former player tweeting anti-Bama things because he feels like it. He's a college football analyst. It's his job to give opinions on college football, and you're mad because he doesn't lie to you. Doesn't that sum up like modern America, whether it's sports or politics? It's like, I just want you to lie to me and make me feel better. I don't care if you don't actually intend on doing this once you get into office. Just tell me on the campaign the things I want to hear, and then I can go live my life and say, well, he said he was going to do this, so I can't control what he does, right? Same thing in sports. Hey, you're a former Notre Dame player. You should only say good things about Notre Dame. I don't think former Notre Dame players should be out there bashing the program all the time just because if they're just dudes. But I mean, one thing that bothered me is I wish more former players would have spoken up in the Brian Kelly era. That's what I've said. But if it's your job, like if Brady Quinn doesn't think Notre Dame has any chance to beat a team, he should pick the other team to to win, because that's being honest. Like, it's one thing to like, I have a blind spot, but as long as you believe what you say, you just happen to have a Notre Dame blind spot, I can live with that. But if you know this team isn't going to, be good, then you should say that. Same thing here. So it was hilarious watching Bama fans basically get mad at Damian Harris because he was unwilling to lie to them and tell them good things about Bama. Think about that. Think about what you're asking for. The amount of self-owns I've seen from Bama fans the last couple days has been hilarious. I went into one of Brian Smith's tweets where he had said something a week or two ago, and they were just saying awful things to him. And I'm like, I know how that goes. And I just went in there for 20 straight minutes and just copy and pasted. You were saying, just like, oh, it was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So, yeah, I found that to be an enjoyable experience because they're nut jobs. They really are nut jobs, Trev. I'm just like, think about it. Just like, do y'all even realize what you're doing? And the answer is no. And you can even point it out to them and they still don't realize that's what they're doing. But that's absolutely what they're doing. They're absolutely going out there and basically mad at Damian Harris because he didn't lie to them. That's absolutely hilarious.
People just want to be comforted, man. They don't want to be told the truth.
Yeah. And that's sad. It's a very, very sad state of affairs. You should always want people to tell you the truth. And just because someone has a blind spot and they're wrong a lot about their favorite team doesn't mean they're lying to you. They just could have a blind spot. But I think that's hilarious. I really do. Let's get to some more super chats. Did we bring this one up already? Because it's very similar to one that we are. Okay, so it's just similar to one that we had earlier.
Yep. Super chat from Wade Garrett. Appreciate you, man. Just wanted to say Happy New Year to everyone. Looking forward to a great 2026 football season. Appreciate you, Wade.
Very much so. Thank you, Wade.
Super chat from, oh boy, Sank of a 1906.
It's Harold Eustache.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate the super chat, man. Do you think we need another defensive end out of the portal?
You know, Harold, I've been kind of back and forth on this one. I think it depends on who you're able to go get. The issue is that I don't know that I'm bringing in a defensive end that's going to want to be the dude at defensive end. And if he's not, he's going to be upset about it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind a guy that wants to come in and thinks he's a dude and compete, but hey, if you're not starting, are you going to be happy being part of a rotation? Yeah, coach, I got you. Then yeah, for sure. For sure. Because look, with Burnham gone, you've got Boubacar and Bryce. So your starting lineup is still going to be really good. But now your depth is Preston Zinner. And I think he's coming back. I don't know that for a fact. You've got Logan Thomas, talented but undersized and injury prone. Dom Hulak, Joe Reif, and then the 2 incoming freshmen. Chris Burgess is still technically listed a defensive end, but I was told he's probably going to move because he's already over 290 pounds. So I think you're kind of positioned now where, yeah, you do, but I don't know that I'm going to overpay for a guy. I don't think it has to be a stud, but it needs to be somebody that can help you.
Yeah.
Like you lost Junior Tuilamaka already. You lost Jordan Patel already. And now you're losing Josh Burnham and you're replacing him with guys already on your roster and incoming freshmen. I don't know that that's an upgrade from a depth standpoint, Trev. Like, I think now you kind of have to go to the portal. You just have to be careful that you're bringing in the right kind of guy. That's going to be the big thing for me.
Yeah, like the Jared Dawson equivalent of at defensive end this season.
Right.
Agreed completely. Somebody that understands what their role is going to be in the rotation, will continue to contribute. Don't know if I could say that 10 times fast, but continue to contribute as a part of the rotation, bring some veteran leadership to the room. That would be ideally what they would find in the portal at that spot for sure. Yeah, I agree.
And yes, we are aware of Creed Thomas of the portal. We're not going to get off topic of the show to talk about it, but yes, we are aware of it. And that was one that I'd heard might happen, but I think I like Cree a lot, but I think when you bring in the corner class that you have brought in, that's going to be tough for him.
On top of the players that played young this past season too.
Right.
Agreed. Super chat from Florida Irish. Appreciate you. The refs just called, and there is still a second left in the Ole Miss versus Georgia game. That's very well played.
That was an incredibly poorly officiated game. Like incredibly poorly officiated game.
Yeah, that just went on forever.
Yeah. I mean, they're just like, look, we're going to just keep calling. It felt like the end of the Pitt game. We're just going to keep calling penalties until this team scores. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it just felt like that a lot. And then like not the blatant hold where Kewan Lacey gets his head ripped around right in front of the head official and he doesn't call it. And they look, the reality is most of those bad calls went against one team, the team that won. And when they go against one team, you understand why people are going to be like, that seemed a little shady. Agree.
Super chat from Mr. Sergeant Steve Irish. Appreciate you, man. Happy New Year. Sorry if this was covered. Do you like Coach Washington to linebacker coach? Do you have any thoughts about a new D-line coach? Thank you for your respect to veterans like me, and thank you both for your friendship. God bless. #GoIrish.
I appreciate you, Steve. I really do, my man. We did talk about this already, but we wanted to bring that up. I don't dislike Washington to the linebackers. I just feel like if Marcus Freeman's going to move him there, he thinks he can do a good job. And as I said before, this is one position that I just kind of give Marcus Freeman the benefit of the doubt on. You know, like I have a buddy of mine who always wants to argue quarterbacks with me, and I'm probably right 9 out of 10 times in the debates with him. And eventually I was like, buddy, that's a position you're just going to want to have to trust me on a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But no, I mean, that's one that I'm with Marcus Freeman where I'm like, hey, I think you kind of just give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. But how I feel about it is going to be determined by who he hires as the position. That ultimately is going to be what determines how I feel about it. So when we have a new D-line coach, I'll give you my opinion on that for sure.
Super chat from Noop Life 007. Appreciate you listening to Shannon Sharp last night, pointing out that UA, I'm assuming that's Alabama, didn't have any elite athletes out there yesterday. Makes me mad because Notre Dame was elite at running back, quarterback, linebacker, and all of the secondary. Thoughts?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, look, I'm watching these teams play yesterday. And so you could argue that maybe this team is better than Notre Dame or that team is better than Notre Dame, but I didn't watch a single team play yesterday. I was like, that team's more athletic than Notre Dame. I didn't feel that way against Miami. I mean, that wasn't they had better athletes. I think that they kicked Notre Dame's butt in the trenches. They had one athlete that gave Notre Dame problems, but Notre Dame had several athletes that gave them some problems as well. I mean, I thought athletically, both of those teams were pretty good. And I think that's something that helped Miami is athletically, Miami could compete with Ohio State, where a lot of teams that Ohio State plays can't. It's just in Miami just beat them in the trenches again. Same thing with Notre Dame. I don't think it was an athlete disadvantage. It was a trenches disadvantage, especially on the Notre Dame offensive side of the ball. But there wasn't a single other team that I'm like, dude, that team's got better athletes than Notre Dame. The reason that Alabama was especially egregious being in the playoffs because they weren't very good in the trenches either. Their D-line is solid. It's not great. Their offensive line has been bad all year. There's a debate going on the board, and it just drives me nuts. People are like, well, you got to be big. And I had the case that, like, no, you don't have to be big. You have to play to the strengths of your players. You don't need to have a bunch of 330-pound offensive linemen. You don't need to have a bunch of 320-pound defensive linemen. You can be small, but you got to play to their strengths. What kind of career would Aaron Donald have had if his coaches at Pitt and the Rams said, "Hey, man, we're gonna put you at nose and we're gonna have you play a 3-4 2-gap system. We're gonna put you at D end in the 3-4 and say, hey, we're gonna play a 2-gap system." He'd have been a good player. Is he a Hall of Famer? Probably not. But he had coaches at Pitt and coaches at the Rams that said, no one can block you one-on-one. So we're going to have you play one-on-one and have you be a penetrator and play to your skill set. You know, I mean, it's play to your skill set. Alabama has a huge offensive line. Huge. And they're soft. It's about playing to your strengths. I remember watching somebody brought this up on in the chat. We're having this discussion. Remember the Super Bowl, was it 32? When the Packers had this massive D-line, Gilbert Brown, Santana Dotson, Reggie White. The Broncos had the smallest offensive line in the NFL. The Broncos ran all over the Patriots that day. Why? Because they weren't running ISO at the D-line all day. They were running zone, inside, outside zone all game long and just had Packers on skates. Play to your strengths. But that's the problem with Bama. What's their strength? Their athletes are their strength, and they're just not great. They have some good ones. Ryan Williams is a great athlete. Jeremy Bernard's a pretty good athlete. They have a couple DBs that are pretty good athletes. But this is not we've said this all along, this is not a vintage Bama team. It's not a vintage Bama defense. They don't have the elite athletes that other teams have. And that's why they didn't belong here. I mean, the unfortunate thing is two of the most athletic teams in the playoffs played each other in the first round, Miami and A&M. And they had to play. And then one of the other most athletic teams, Miami, had to play. Ohio State had to then play Miami, where some of these other teams without great athletes, like they're kind of going against each other. But I could agree completely. Alabama, in my opinion, is the least athletic team in the playoffs this year of the Power 4 teams.
Yeah.
Oklahoma has better athletes than Alabama.
The biggest thing that concerns me, too, is the high-end athletes, the elite-level athletes that they do have. And this is arguably a bigger issue than just not having top-level athletes. Those top-level athletes didn't look like they wanted to be there. That was worse than not having a lack of talent. You're like, look, there's been teams before. There's been Notre Dame teams before that I would point to like 2020. Like the 2020 Notre Dame team didn't have the level of athletes across the board that the 2025 team had. But why did they make the playoffs and go undefeated in the regular season? Because they wanted to be there. They were bought in. I mean, it literally looked like yesterday afternoon that they just wanted no part of playing in the Rose Bowl. And that's a worse issue than the lack of overall top-end elite athletes. Because the Brian's point that you have some. Like Ryan Williams is an elite athlete. Mm-hmm. Jeremy Bernard's a good athlete. Tim Keenan, LT Overton, those are good athletes. Like Caden Proctor, per specs, is an elite athlete. Like being able to move like that at that size. But it's like it's an effort wanting to be there. That's a bigger concern.
Caden Proctor was coached by Bob Bostad, he'd be what people think he is.
100%. 100%. And that's a bigger issue to me than just not having an elite athlete at every single position like they used to. That's a major concern.
Yep.
Another one from Tyler Evans. Appreciate you, man. I'm laughing. Two coaches that talked about Notre Dame, Lincoln Riley and Joey McGuire, lost their bowl games. Maybe One should teach how to tackle, and the other should learn offense. Hashtag karma.
Yeah, I give you that. I mean, like, that's why I said, like, I picked Texas Tech to win, but I said I have a hard time with this because I kind of want Joey Maguire. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I kind of want Joey Maguire to kind of shut up, and he got shut up yesterday. And I don't think we're going to be hearing him talk a lot about Notre Dame this offseason. Like, hey, man, I'm just saying you scored as many points in the playoffs this year as Notre Dame scored in the playoffs this year. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
Notre Dame scored as many points in the 2025 playoffs from their couches as Texas Tech scored on the field. Maybe you should stop running your mouth.
Yeah. A valuable lesson can be learned of, simply put, just mind your business.
Just focus on you. Like, Notre Dame does that to a fault. But if you're going to be wrong, I'd rather be wrong on, hey, man, I'm not worried about other teams. If our play, we're going to let our play do our talking for us. If you're going to make a mistake, I'd rather make a mistake on too much of that than too much of Joey Maguire multiple times bringing up Notre Dame. I'm like, bro, you've got 0 playoff wins under your belt. Maybe you try winning one first and then talk your talk.
Yep. And if you're going to start off talking your talk, mention Notre Dame by name. Don't be scared.
Did he?
The first
second time he didn't either, did he?
No, I think the first time he might have.
First time he definitely didn't. That was
the
when
first
he
time
talked
he
about
was
BYU
like,
and
the first time he was like, and everybody knows what team I'm talking about. It's like, well, it's either UConn or Notre Dame.
Watch the ball say it there, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. Another one from Tyler Evans. Appreciate you, man. I don't want to hear it means more in the SEC with that bowl record.
Well, don't you know, Tyler, the only reason they keep losing all these games is because they have all these guys opting out. Now, I know that they're also losing the playoff games and they don't have opt-outs the last 2 years, but it's because of the opt-outs.
That's true.
There's always excuses why SEC teams lose, and it makes me sick. I'm like, and then they get mad when you push back on them. Well, I'm like, well, you guys brought this on yourselves. Like, you guys brought this on yourselves. You keep throwing out strength of schedule and all this other kind of crap. Well, how's that strength of schedule helping you now when you have to play Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl or Indiana in the Rose Bowl or, like any team that's good and you're playing a team that's good? How's that work out for you?
Well, Brian, I mean, look, man, it's just because they're so tired from the rigorous regular season schedule, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I love the sarcasm dripping out of your pores right there, Trev.
Super chat from Daniel Burns. Appreciate you, man. Our recruiting success is summed up by this. In a world with coaches trying to be celebrities in front of cameras by bashing us, Freeman has only sent one tweet since our season ended and still ended up trending on Twitter. I didn't even think about that, but that's kind of that's a great point, Daniel. I dig what you're saying there. I wish Freeman would maybe talk a little bit more, but I don't care about tweets. But yeah, I wish we would hear a little bit more from Coach Freeman. But I also said, once they were announced to not be in the playoffs, what was Marcus Freeman going to say? Pete Bavacca was the one that needed to be fighting that fight, not Marcus Freeman. Like, agreed.
That was my whole point, is I don't care that Marcus Freeman goes out there and advocates for his team. I wanted to do something better than he did against Stanford, and don't wait till then to do it, because by the time you're making your push after that game, nobody's watching your post-game press conference, Coach, and they're making a decision tomorrow. Or a week from tomorrow. Yeah, nobody's watching that. But honestly, he should have been focused on beating Stanford by 100. That should have been Pete Bavacca's job. And that's a great point, Daniel. I really appreciate that.
Agreed.
And then we've got one more.
Super chat from Sean Kelly. Appreciate you, Sean. One more idea for the structure of the playoffs. Why not just do what the FCS does? 24 teams, top 16 seeded, haven't seen any issues with the FCS level.
It's a very different animal. The lower the level you get, the more parity you get after the top couple teams. Like, there's a couple teams in the FCS that just dominate all the time. And then after that, there's a lot more parity, number one. Number two, most FCS teams don't play 12 games, I don't believe. Some do, but I don't believe all of them do. That may have changed recently. Number three, the FBS should not try to be like the FCS. They need to create a system that works best for them. I want zero part of a 24-team playoff at the FBS level. Zero part of it.
Agreed.
And that works for the FCS. But the other thing too is that what they do is they do like what's the bowl system that the FCS had? What's the bowl system that D2 or D3 had? Like part of what makes D1 unique is the bowl system, and there should be a push to kind of preserve that to a degree. But I'm just, I don't want to be like the FCS. I don't want to be like the NFL. I want to find a unique system for Division I football that takes some of the principles of, hey, look, other levels have an expanded playoff. What's the one that makes the most sense for us? And the reason that there's, top seeds are having less issues because the talent disparity between the top seeds and the lower seeds in the FCS is much greater. So like from the top 6 to 8 teams every year usually tend to be way better than the teams at the bottom. And that's why I think a lot of the top seeds have advantages. But after that, there's not a whole lot of difference sometimes between 11 and 25 or 8 and 25 even. Where in college football there's a big difference between 15 and 16 and 24 and 25 most years. Pretty big difference. Definitely top 10 to 12 between that and top 25. So it's just a different animal. I like that you're thinking outside the box. I don't think the FCS is the way to go. But look, but are there some things that you can maybe look at with the FCS and say, hey, let's evaluate it. How does this work for him? It's like with anything, Trev. I've always said this. When you're a coach and you go to a clinic, I've always said to fellow coaches I work with, stop coming back and just regurgitating everything that you heard in the clinic. Because you just listened to a Division I coach whose quarterback last year was, insert former 5-star recruit. And so, yeah, it makes sense for them to be running this play action corner route with a 27-yard break. We don't have a quarterback that can make that throw. You know what I mean? Like, like you got to say, how's this going to work for us? You know what I mean? Like, how can we do this? How does, take the principle, but then apply it to what works for you?
Mm-hmm.
And, like we would do this. We would see a team struggle something, say, man, they're really struggling with this. But for us, we can't run it the way these other teams that have run it have hurt them. We've got to find a different way to win it. Or, hey, they've been hurt by this, but they're going to know that. They're going to adjust to that. So how do we do it in a little bit of a different way where we still get that advantage? It's got to fit what we do. And that's the big thing, Sean. So, like, I'm not opposed to looking like what works there. What's the calendar like there? What is this? Talk to some FCS coaches that make deep runs. How is your conditioning level? What's your injury status in your last couple weeks? Like have that conversation, and there's things to learn from that. But I don't think it's just let's pattern ourselves after FCS, especially a 24-team expansion. And that's what the Big Ten is basically arguing. It's like, look, the lower levels are more teams in, and like that's why you're D1 and they're not.
Getting into part 2 of the Friday Free for All mailbag here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Like I said, it's Friday Free for All mailbag. Got some questions in here. We just got done rattling through a bunch of super chats. Appreciate you all for those, but time to get back up to the top, get some more of these questions answered, Brian.
There's one I want to bring up here because I want us to have something that's an agreement. So let's just bring up one thing I think most of us can agree on. And here's one by Insured by Big, our resident LSU fan. And why do we love Insured by Big? Because he doesn't come in here saying untrue things. He doesn't always agree with us. He does it respectfully. He doesn't say silly things. And he never accuses us of saying things that we didn't say. That's why we love him. That's why we love Archer, our resident Ohio State fan. We love Antoine, our resident Michigan fan. Because they come in here and they talk ball, they're respectful, and they don't say stupid things. So that's why they've never, ever been banned. At least Archer wasn't banned on purpose. Somebody banned him at one point in time and so he had to create a new thing. I have no idea what happened, but one of the issues was StreamYard.
Well, from our guy Insured by Big, can we all agree that the targeting rule needs to be modified? There should be tiers, just like the technical foul in basketball. The auto ejection seems crazy to me every time.
I don't believe in I kind of believe in tiers from the standpoint of, I've said in the past, Trev, the automatic ejection needs to go. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And honestly, I don't know that I've ever talked to someone who doesn't think it needs to be changed. We might disagree on what the changes are, but the automatic ejection needs to go. Unless, like in the NFL, there are ejectionable penalties you can have. Like, who was the guy for? It wasn't Brand? It wasn't Merriweather, was it? There was somebody for the Patriots that's just like a dirty player recently, and he had one player where he like clotheslined a guy, and and then there was another game where he had like this. He like launched at a guy, and like it was a real dirty hit. Like, that's when you eject a guy, but it's more for an unnecessary aspect. Stephon Tuitt shouldn't get kicked out of a game for the targeting he did. You know what I mean? Like, that's not that's not how the rule should go. You know what I mean? What I think you should do is like personal fouls. You ever notice when in college football when a guy gets a personal foul, this is his first personal foul? Why do they do that? Because the next one he's gone. And like he's saying, technical foul in basketball, they already have that in college football. If you get an unsportsmanlike conduct in football, you get a 15-yard penalty, and you get your warning. You do it again, you're ejected. That's how targeting should be. And what I've said before is that it's a real simple thing. If you get called for targeting, it is what it is. 15-yard penalty, you get it marked on your list. You move on. But they missed the call. Don't care. Just like they miss holds, just like they miss, if it's not an ejection, you don't need to review it. What they do, however, in the review booth is they review it and say, hey, that wasn't targeting. That gets taken off the player's thing for next time. So it's like if he gets another targeting later that's legit, it's not his second and he's out. You can take it off the player's like stat sheet, so to speak, but it doesn't negate the penalty. That's what I would say. And I'm okay if you want to review it and take it off and it's not a penalty. That's fine. But I would say just keep going because you guys keep telling us you want shorter games. Well, why are we reviewing targeting then?
Yeah.
Just make it a 15-yard penalty. You get a second one, you're out. Because you can then do those reviews during game time, during commercials, and say, hey, we went back and reviewed this. They do that in basketball all the time. Hey, we went back and reviewed this. That foul was actually on so-and-so. Like, after there's already been gameplay. You see this in basketball, Trev, where they'll go back and say, hey, that foul was actually on so-and-so. It got credited to this guy, but it actually is this guy. Or this rebound went to this guy, but it actually went to this guy, so we're changing it in the stat sheet. Like, that's kind of how I would treat it. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think there also needs to be more clarity on what it is. I feel like every single time I hear a description of what the targeting rule is, there's always an added aspect to the rule that we just didn't hear about before. It's intentional contact to the head and neck area, but then they added in the launching aspect. Then they added in, well, it doesn't have to be with the defender's helmet. It could be with the shoulder or the head of the defender. And then it's, well, are they defenseless or not? And it's like, okay, so is that going to be a penalty in and of itself? It's hitting a defenseless receiver because that's a thing in the NFL. Or is it all just now under the umbrella of targeting? There seems to be a new facet of that penalty added every single time I hear a description of it. It just needs to be like a clear cut. This is what targeting is. You launched with your helmet into the helmet of another player. And then I agree. I agree with the tiers. It's just there's way too much into it now of like what justifies as targeting.
Agree. And that's why it shouldn't be an ejection.
100%.
That's my issue. Like, I understand what they're trying to accomplish. And I feel like to a degree you've accomplished that. And so I'm not saying scrap the rule altogether. I'm okay with targeting being a rule. I think that players should be taught to tackle in a safer way.
Absolutely.
But when there's all these different, like, remember when Jordan Patelho got called for targeting because he hit the kind of helmet on the guy's like thigh? Remember that? It's like 2 years ago, and you're like, what the heck? And nobody knew that was a rule until that. And like that, when it's that gray area, it shouldn't be an ejection. It just shouldn't. And we shouldn't have to spend 3 minutes doing a review to see if it was or was not a penalty, because now you're screwing up the game flow. It's like you're like, imagine that you're driving, the defense is reeling, they get called for targeting, you got to stop and pause, and they're getting rewarded because they can now go to the sideline and talk to their coach and adjust in game when we're just ripping them up with tempo. You're now like giving them targeting, move on, 15 yards, move on. And then they can review it and say, hey, that actually wasn't targeting, so that won't be his first. We'll take that off. That's kind of where I'm at. So, yeah. We got that one. We got a couple more here. There's one by our guy, Chris
Super chat from Christopher Galloway, a.k.a. Black Irish 864. Happy New Year. Go Irish. Happy New Year, Chris.
And same to you, buddy.
From Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker. Please name 3 potential portal gets for Notre Dame you want that are realistic.
I mean, I don't really get too much into that. I mean, I'll just go with a couple guys that we know are out there. Obviously, I'd love to get Nick Marsh. I'd be very thrilled if Nick Marsh wanted to come to Notre Dame. There is a nickel from Iowa State. John says Williams is visiting, like him. The only other kid that I'll say is, and this is the only kicker I've watched so far, the David Alano kid from Illinois that jumped in the portal that hit game winners against Tennessee and USC. I'd take him if he wanted to come. I'd definitely look at him. So those are 3 for now that I would look at. I mean, we've talked before. There's the kid from Wake Forest, the D tackle from Wake Forest I'd look at. There's a John Walker's a kid that I would look at. There's several kids that have jumped in the portal that I would look at D tackle. But I just don't want to pay hey, I'd love for Chaz Coleman to come to Notre Dame, but I'm not paying $1.5 million to get him to come to Notre Dame when I wasn't willing to give Armel Mukum more than $50,000. Because I'm pretty sure Armel Mukum had the same numbers of tackles for loss, almost the same number of tackles for loss last year as what Chaz Coleman did. Now he's ultra talented. I get that. Very talented player, but that's kind of where I'm a little bit hesitant to. If you're going to go to the portal, get a guy that has definitely produced.
Agreed.
Absolutely has definitely produced. That's what I would do. I mean, there's some other receivers I like. I like Reed Harris from Boston College. He'd be more of a niche role than a go-to. Like, he's not a Malachi Fields type like I think Nick Marsh maybe could be. Reed Harris is a 30 catch, 20 yards a catch kind of boundary rotation guy that's a big play weapon. That could maybe break out and be that guy, but I'd take a chance on him if they can't get some other guys. KJ Duffy's a good football player. I don't know if you're winning the title next year because you get him, but he's a good football player as part of a cog in there. But I definitely would not look at a running back. And I know there's been some running backs listed, but like the kid from Louisville jumped in, Isaac Brown. If he wanted to come to Notre Dame, I'd take him. Yeah. But it better be that kind of guy, not some G5 transfer that might be good. Like, if Isaac Brown's a legit top 5 running back, okay, I love Aeneas Williams, but this guy's big time. Other than that, there's no other. Hollywood Smothers, I don't know that Hollywood Smothers is better than Aeneas Williams. He's more proven. I don't know that he's better. I don't know that Turbo Richard is better than Keidron Young and Aeneas Williams and Javian Osborne and Nolan James and Jonas Wall. I know he's more proven. I don't know that he's necessarily a better talent.
Yeah.
So coach up the guys you have. Other positions, I think that, I do want more of a proven. I think you need D tackles that are proven and established. You need maybe an end now that can be a rotation guy. So that's kind of where I'm at. And no, Caleb Hawkins is not the best back in the portal. Isaac Brown is. Caleb Hawkins is the most productive back in the portal. It's not the best. He's a good player. The kid from North Texas, he's not better than Isaac Brown.
No, Isaac Brown's a dog.
Not even close.
He's so good. He was in our top 5 running backs going into the college football season.
Yes.
Last offseason. Yeah.
Yep.
From Paul Hamilton. How does Notre Dame's talent compare to Ohio State's, and is Notre Dame a favorite next year?
Well, this is kind of, Paul, what we were talking about earlier. And again, this question came in way before the show started. So this isn't a pushback on Paul, but to go back to it it's hard to know for sure who Notre Dame is going to be or even who Ohio State is going to be until the portal closes. And most of the players have kind of made their decisions. And so it's hard for me to it's hard for me to kind of say, oh yeah, they're going to be here. I'll say this: as long as Notre Dame doesn't lose anybody else that we expect Notre Dame to lose, that we don't expect Notre Dame to lose, and they're able to have a good portal season, just a good one, I think this is one of the 5 best rosters in college football. Right now, I have one position that I'm concerned about, that they really need to do well in the portal. That's D-line. I'm concerned about that because you lost guys you weren't expecting to lose. You lost Josh Burnham to the portal. That's a big loss. You lost Jason Onye to graduation. You lost Junior Tulamaka to graduation. You lost Jordan Patel to graduation. Now, they're still trying to get Jason Onye back, but you don't know that he's going to be back. And unless the NCAA decides soon, you've got to kind of work with the assumption he's not. And if he does come back, that's great. That's an added bonus. You lost Jared Dawson to graduation. You lost Gabriel Rubio to graduation. And then Donovan Hines retired. That's a lot of talent. And I know they're bringing in good freshmen, but you don't want to go into a season relying on freshmen and redshirt freshmen who've never played a meaningful down to carry your lines. It's different at running back and receiver and corner and safety because this is big boy football. You know, you don't want to be a bunch of freshmen and redshirt freshmen on the D-line or O-line. You just don't want to do that. And so I think those are things that I say they have to have success there. They don't necessarily need to bring, like if they don't land a star end, fine. They've already got 2 on the roster for next year. But they need depth. Do they need to go out and get a 5-star detail? No, just like we said, give me another Jared Dawson, and I'm good. You know, that's where they need to do. If they can do that, Paul, then I think this team is one of the favorites for next year. I don't know if they're the favorite. I have a hard time. It's like what we said about Texas last year. Like Texas hasn't won a title in like 20 years. Like, can you name them the favorite? Don't they have to kind of prove something? That's kind of how I feel about Notre Dame. I don't know if I'm ready to say if I expect national people to say they're the favorite. I may think they are. Like this isn't the team hasn't won a title since 1988. You know what I mean? Like they got to prove that they're the big dog on the field, but they're one of the teams, in my opinion, that will be the favorites. I mean, I think, let's see what Ohio State does in the portal. How does their talent compare to Ohio State's? Talk to me in the portal. Because right now, Ohio State's going to lose a lot more from their roster this offseason than Notre Dame will. So, let's see what they do in the portal. Right now, I'd say, well, I think they're better than Ohio State right now. Well, I got to go see what they're in the portal. I actually think Notre Dame has more talent than Ohio State right now anyway, but it's like by that much. And if Archer was like, let's debate that, I'm like, I don't really care to debate that because this is what I think, but I think it's really close. And when things are really close, I usually don't really – I'll give you my case. You have your case. Cool. Agree to disagree. I'm not going to the mattresses for that. I'll go to the mattresses that Notre Dame is better than Alabama. And I have gone to the mattresses for that one. I'm not doing that. Are they better than Ohio State? Is their top to bottom talent level better than Oregon's? Is their talent, that's more of a, okay, here's what I think, you think, agree to disagree. They're both really flipping good. That's not the case. If you're going to tell me that Alabama's got more talent.
No, like there's, talent. Yeah, for a team like Ohio State, it's literally position group by position group. I mean, that's how you would have to divvy it up. And then I guarantee between the position groups on offense and defense, it'd be somewhere in the middle. Yeah. But I'm with you for Alabama. I think Notre Dame top to bottom is, I for sure.
No. Yeah. All right, let's get to some more here. Got a lot of good questions here.
From Cajun Domer, would teams sacrifice roster quantity for quality or have more walk-ons?
I'm sure some would. Yeah. I think that's kind of what Notre Dame's doing. Oh no, actually that's the other way around. I don't think anyone's going to sacrifice quantity for quality. No. I read that the other. Am I reading this wrong, Trevor? I think some teams will replace quality with quantity. I think some teams are not going to worry about having 105 guys on their roster that are all scholarship guys because they can't afford that anymore. They're going to have smaller scholarship rosters, more walk-ons. That's what I think we're going to see more of because they have to give that money distributed to the top players. It's hard to distribute that money. Like in the NFL, like, hey, we're distributing amongst 48 players that are active, and then it's like I think it's like your paycheck if you're active is different than your game day paycheck than if you're not active, kind of thing.
Makes sense.
So I think it'd be more of that.
From Dirtbag Jake, with Faison not playing lacrosse as a former wide receiver coach, Brian, what are 3 keys he needs to focus on to take the next step?
Consistency of effort, right? Like don't. Like, and this is a lacrosse mindset is when you're tired, it's kind of like soccer. When you're tired, you look for times to take, catch your breath. When you're playing football, when the whistle blows, you've got to go.
Yeah.
And if you're tired, tap out. Because you can literally come off after every play if you need to when you're on offense. A little harder on defense, but when you're on offense, you can. So, like I think that's more of a room thing. That's more of a Mike Brown. Hey, guys, if you can't give me full effort, then come out and we'll use a deeper rotation. But focusing more on max effort when it comes to route running. If you are the number 3 option, run that route like you're number 1. I especially with CJ going into year 2. Like they've got to learn that. That's a big one. I think Jordan is getting better, but there's still work to do on sort of stem manipulation at the top end of his route. Here's what I mean by that. So like if a guy's inside of him, outside of him, head up on him, press, off, he needs to have do a better job with the attacking the leverage of the defender, reacting then when that guy moves, you move with him. You got to learn to manipulate him. I want him to go here. So when Jordan is beating the guy off man, it's a lot of times I, as a receivers coach, can watch him play and say, here comes the stop route. Because of the way that he runs the route, I know he's not running a go route. And if I know that, a veteran DB is going to know that. So that's why, using your stem and your top ends to manipulate defenders more. Because if Jordan Faison can do a better job, and he was still pretty good at it this year as far as getting separation because of the way teams defended him. But if he can do a better job of getting more separation on deeper routes, he's going to be a handful next year. Like potentially 1,000-yard receiver handful if he becomes still that guy. Because you're not going to get 1,000 yards unless you catch 90 passes, run catching a bunch of stops and quicks. And he'll make somebody miss and the gain's 8 yards because he made people miss behind the line of scrimmage. You start getting in that, and I love that about him. Get him the ball more in those situations. But what I'm referring to is some of those 15s turn into 40 because you did a better job of using your top end manipulation to get separation out of your break. Separation is fine with just speed if you're Will Fuller. You can't just use it if you're Jordan Faison. You don't have Will Fuller speed. So you've got to learn. Now, he's got good speed to where if you are better with your top end manipulation, you're going to get more separation. And now your 4.5 is going to be a touchdown because that guy's a 4.5 or a 4.4. But if you're 6 yards in front of a guy, he's not catching you over 30 yards if you're a 4.5 and he's a 4.4 because he doesn't have the angle. He's behind you. So those are things that I would like to see him be better at. And then the final thing is if you're going to be an outside receiver, you've got to do a better job of attacking the football when it's in the air. Jordan has a tendency on go routes and slot fades and contested throws to drift when he goes up for the football. What I want to see him do a better job of is trying to think himself, jump vertically. Now, it is impossible to be running, in my opinion, to be running as fast as you can and literally stop and go straight up. Physics are not going to, it's not. Now, guys can look like they're going straight up, but they're still drifting because it's physics. But when they jump more vertically, they're still drifting, but they're not drifting at the speed that they normally are or that the DB is, which is why they either catch the ball or create a pass interference situation. What happens with Jordan is when he goes up, he kind of goes out and drifts really hard. And so it's hard for the DB to create the contact that leads to a pass interference penalty as much as it should. If he were more to focus on trying to go vertical with his jump, he's either going to A, win more contested catches, which is ideal, or B, create more pass interference situations. That's something that I want to see him work on a lot more. And he'll catch the ball more. And it's especially important for him because Malachi could drift and still catch the ball because he's 6'4" with really long arms. If Jordan drifts, he's cooked because he's not able to he doesn't have the length to get over and on top of a guy. He's got to really focus on that. If he can focus on and improve those three things, he's going to be and he was a good player this year. He could be a dude next year. And so that's definitely something I would want to see him work on.
Yeah, 100%. After the first week of the season, FanDuel had him as Notre Dame's leading receiver for, I think, every single regular season game. I mean, because they saw how many targets he was getting in the RPO action in the Miami game. But I'm with you. If he can consistently learn how to attack the football like he did against Stanford on that play, I mean, that's the
Yes.
best he attacked the football
Yes.
in his career.
Yep.
That one play. If that can become consistent, yeah, he's going to continue to be a dude for sure.
Yeah. Very, very good question, by the way.
From Rabid Wombats. Hope Notre Dame focuses their frustrations regarding the college football playoff snub. The 72 Dolphins players said the passion for the perfect season started in the 71 Super Bowl loss. Hope 26 Notre Dame does the same.
We've seen that before. I talked about this the other day about the Broncos, and then the next night I watched the Elway documentary on Netflix, and they talked about that disappointment of the 96 season and how that kind of fueled them to say, like, we want to get back there. And everybody's like, we want to win one for John. You know what I mean? Like, we know that his chances are running out, and we just blew a great opportunity. So I think there's been a lot of teams that have handled seen it that way. I mean, Lou Holtz has talked about, like, the minute he knew we're going to do things differently was walking into the locker room after the A&M game in the Cotton Bowl where they lost, 35-10 or something like that. And that season kind of collapsed at the end. So we've seen that before, but we've also seen teams be offended. Florida State was super mad about getting screwed out of a playoff berth in 2023. They went 2-10 the next year. You know what I mean? So we've seen teams that got kind of quote unquote screwed, not perform all that well the following season, And so I think those are things that I look at, Trev, and say, yeah, it certainly can be the driving force behind that, but it has to be really handled the correct way. And if the players really have that focus and they channel it the right direction, I absolutely think that it can be sort of that final catalyst to put them over the top. I really do. Because this is a different type of feeling than what they experienced losing to Ohio State. It's much more of an angrier feeling. So I'm not surprised that maybe that desire to win it all wasn't quite as strong last year as we hoped it should have been in the first two games. This is different. It's just a different type of emotion and energy. And that could mean something really good, but could also be something really bad, Trevor. It could get guys jaded and angry, and then the locker room, kind of tears apart. Or it could be that galvanizing force that's like, hey, you woke up a sleeping giant and you filled it with what was it? I always forget this, the Yamamoto quote, but I'm going to look this up. Let me just find it here. It was, you've woken up a sleeping giant and filled him with a terrible resolve, was the quote. From a football standpoint, is that Notre Dame? You've woken up a sleeping giant and you filled it with terrible resolve. Could be, but it doesn't guarantee that they're going to react to it that way. They have to prove that.
100%. Could be and should be.
Yep.
But we'll see.
Yep.
From Aiden Benami, who you taking first in the draft quarterback-wise, Dante Moore or Mendoza? Wild to think Moore was once almost Irish.
First of all, none of the above. First of all, if I'm an NFL team, none of the above. I'm not drafting any quarterback in college football number one overall in this year's draft. I might take Dante number one next year, or CJ number one next year, or somebody number one next year, but none of them are ready to be number one right now, my opinion. Well, we got to pick number one, and we need a quarterback. Okay, well, this ain't the year for that. You know what I mean? Like, but let's say I had to. I'm the GM. The owner says, get me a quarterback with the number one overall pick. I'd take Dante because I think Dante has the higher ceiling. I think Mendoza maybe is ready to be a better player as a freshman, but just kind of my takeaway, Trev, and I could be completely wrong on this take, but Francisco Mendoza, I'm saying that jokingly because I always get it wrong. But my boy Francisco, whose real name is Fernando, is a really nice college player. Like, really nice college player. He's not Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, Peyton Manning, like guys that you think are number one. He's more Mitch Trubisky than he is Pat Mahomes or, guys like that. Dante Moore, again, Dante still has a lot of maturing to do from a game standpoint, but he shows me a lot more like tools to work with, and had a very good year throwing the football. I mean, he averaged 8.8 yards per attempt, 28 touchdowns, 9 picks, has thrown for over 3,000 yards, had over a 72% completion percentage, and did so with a receiving core that was banged up like almost all year. And so I just think his ceiling is higher. If I had to pick one of those two, that's why I'd go with Dante. But I wouldn't take either one. I'm number one overall. Not this year. Maybe next year, but not this year. And final point, in the biggest games of the year, Indiana has not relied on him to carry the team. They've relied on their defense and run game. In the biggest games of the year for Oregon, they've relied more on Dante to have to make some big plays.
Agreed.
I mean, you look at the Alabama game, he went 14 of 16 for 192 yards and 3 touchdowns. He played great, but why? Because they were running it down Bama's throat. And that was leaving them with some great opportunities down the field. And he did what he needed to do. Great performance. I mean, 14 of 16 in the Rose Bowl is a pretty darn good day. 3 touchdowns. And he made some great throws. That touchdown pass to Charlie Becker was a heck of a play. I'm just saying, like, this is who he is. That's where he is. I just don't see him as a big-time NFL player. Could he be a starter in the NFL? Sure. I mean, Aiden O'Connell is a starter in the NFL. Fernando Mendoza can be a starter in the NFL. But when I draft a guy number one overall, I'm not looking for a solid player. I'm looking for a dude. Like, Broncos fan, turns out I'm happy they got Bo Nix, right? But that's because they drafted him number 12. I'd have felt a little bit differently if they'd have taken him number 1. Is he really like playing like a number 1 overall franchise player like a John Elway? No, he's not. That's my thoughts. What say you, Trevor?
I think that's fair. Sometimes I think it comes down to what you think is going to be available to you. You know, I mean, you're not wrong in saying that next year will be the better year to draft a quarterback. Agreed. But do you purposely tank to get the number 1 overall draft pick next year too? I think that's an interesting conversation. Like, now, I don't think that there's a right or a wrong answer to it. I think Fernando Mendoza, specifically to those 2 players, is more of a system quarterback, and I think Dante Moore can fit in multiple different systems. Like, Fernando Mendoza is going to be made or broken by who he gets drafted by, not where he gets drafted. Whereas I think Dante Moore could fit in multiple different schemes. So that's how I view the two. If it was between the two and I had to, I'm taking Dante Moore. And that's assuming he comes out. I would assume that he is, but that's assuming he also comes out.
Yeah. I think part of it depends on how deep they go. If they play for the championship, you might be like, dude, is my star ever going to be hotter than it is right now?
Right. From Jordan Schreiber, guys, how would you compare Jeremiah Love to Reggie Bush? I started watching in 88 and was every Notre Dame game watching in 92. Bush dominated college like no other running back I've seen in my lifetime.
Similarities, both. Neither are like 4.3s, but both were very fast in the field. I think Jeremiah Love is more powerful. I think Reggie was more elusive than Jeremiah. I think Jeremiah has developed his feel for hitting holes this year was as good as Reggie's was. But that came in time. Reggie was more natural from the beginning. Jeremiah's matched that. I think Reggie is more of a even more versatile route runner or receiver option than even better than Jeremiah is in that regard. Jeremiah to me is a better pass blocker. So and then Reggie was obviously more dynamic return man just because he got the opportunity and we never really saw Jeremiah get that opportunity. Maybe he could have been. Don't know. But Reggie did it. So I think he's more of a make you miss guy, and Jeremiah is more of a if you give me a crease, I'm taking this 90. Like that's what I like. Jeremiah Love is what Notre Dame fans thought Josh Adams was. Whereas Josh was a good player, but he benefited from running behind the 2015 offensive line and the 2017 offensive line. You know what I mean? Like there were big holes, and he made some good reads. I mean, like his long run against USC was a good read, but he basically, Alex Bars took a guy with one hand and threw him out of the hole. You know what I mean? Like, and then you had backside guys running to Brandon Wimbush, right? Like Jeremiah had that last year. Remember one of the questions coming the year was how would the running backs be without Riley Leonard protecting them? Well, they were just as good, if not better. And there were reasons for that. But that's the difference is that right there, in my opinion. That's the big difference. Both great players, but just different.
Yep. Agreed. A lot of similarities to your point. I do think Reggie Bush was the more elusive player. Like he could make you miss like both players can make you miss in the open field, just different ways.
Right. Jeremiah's a one cut and go. Reggie's a stop, put the ball behind his back. You know, I mean,
right. Euro step and
shifty.
I get you.
Exactly.
No, I get you. I'll say this though about Reggie Bush, similar to how we said that, it kind of almost like the inverse of what we said about Manti Te'o being about like a half a generation too late going to the league. I think Reggie Bush was ahead of his time going to the NFL. If Reggie Bush went to the league right now, like let's say Reggie Bush got drafted in like 2022, like the same year that Jahmyr Gibbs did, Reggie Bush would be a top 5 running back in the league, not 5th right now. But he went to the league in an era where it was like you had guys like Tiki Barber and LaDainian Tomlinson who had to be 25 plus carry a game guys. And that like dual threat, like catching a pass out of the backfield type of running back was not quite yet in the league. And it's not like he was bad in the league. It's just he was not what he was in college in the NFL. His game was different.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at guys like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep.
Like
Bijan.
That's Reggie's game. Absolutely. Absolutely. Much more so of Reggie's game, in my view. Good call on that, Trev.
Thanks, man.
Here's another one from Jordan that I wanted to respond to here real quick.
Brian, you said you were caught off guard by Pete saying he would give Marcus anything he needed and wanted. Then you called Trevor. What did you guys come up with?
I don't remember saying that I was caught off guard by that. So I don't know how to respond to the caught off guard part. Maybe I said it. I don't remember saying it. So I'm not saying that I didn't say it, Jordan. Please don't take it that way. I just don't remember saying that. And because I wasn't caught off guard by that. What did we come up with? I mean, I think what we said was that it was Notre Dame's going to do whatever they need to do to keep Marcus Freeman. And it was obvious that they hadn't had an agreement. They didn't have an agreement in place yet. I don't know what I was caught off by. So I'm not trying to duck the question, Jordan. I don't remember saying that. I'm not saying I didn't. I may have, but I misspoke if I said I was caught off guard. There were other things I was caught off guard by, but that wasn't one. But
it wasn't.
Go ahead, Trev.
Yeah, it wasn't more so caught off guard. It was just our reaction to Pete in terms of like contract negotiations, just basically showing Notre Dame's full hand. Like knowing that Marcus Freeman kind of always had the foundation of like, okay, so I can just contractually kind of just have what I want at this place. That's so not necessarily caught off guard per se, but it was just that was our evaluation of the situation type of thing, Jordan. So I don't know if that answers your question or if that's what you were looking for, but I'm with Brian. I don't think we were ever caught off guard by it. So that's what I kind of remember from our conversation about it.
All right, let's get to some more here.
From Muhammad Abdi, Brian, I remember you saying Ohio State is built for the regular season in October, unlike last year. What have you seen to make that observation?
Ohio State is built more for the regular season in October, unlike last year. I think what we saw in the playoffs. I mean, they played ball control. They didn't ask their quarterback to do a whole lot. They weren't a team that I was really scared of their offense. I wasn't. I thought their defense was really good, but what you and I said was the Indiana game showed me that their defense was legit, and I think that was true, but I don't know that their defense was like 2021 Georgia good. I mean, they lost 24-14. Their defense only gave up 17 points. They had a pick 6 in that game. They didn't lose that game because of their defense. They lost that game because of their offense. Whereas last year, they could sputter on offense and then just Travion goes for 60. They could be sputtering on offense, and then Quinshawn goes for 60. Jeremiah goes for 60. Emeka goes for 60. Cardinal goes for 60. And you had a veteran quarterback that could just kind of step into those moments and make those plays. I don't know that you're going to get that from Julian this year because you never allowed him to like Notre Dame put CJ Carr in some moments early in the season when they said, hey, man, we're going to ask you to – they asked him to do a lot more than we thought they were going to ask him to do early in the season. And so by the playoffs, I'd have been like, look, I'm not worried about CJ being a first-time starter because they've put a lot on him. I mean, Dante Moore started half a year at UCLA. That did not prepare him for a playoff run. But they asked a lot of Dante this year at Oregon. Now, he's older than Julian and CJ, but you know what I mean? He's a first-year starter there. So asking him to go out there and make some big-time throws against Texas Tech was like, yeah, man, we've asked you to do that before. We asked you to do that against Indiana, and sometimes you did it, and sometimes you didn't make those plays, but you learned from it. I feel like they never really put Julian in those situations. And I also think that their offensive line was not as talented as last year's was, even with the injuries. There was no Donovan Jackson in their offensive line this year, for example. So I just looked at a team, and I was like, I don't know if that style of play carries the day in the postseason. The problem for Ohio State, too, is they played a team in the playoffs. And again, I thought Ohio State was going to win. But what happened was, now that we've watched the game, is they played a team in the playoffs that played a very similar style of play to them, but they were just better at it on that day. On that day. If they played 10 times, maybe Ohio State wins 9, maybe Ohio State wins 8, maybe they win 6, 5, 4. Don't know. All that I know is they won the one that counts, right? I mean, and they were better at it than Ohio State was. Because they said, okay, you got a great D-line, we got a great D-line. But here's the difference. Our great D-line is going against your offensive line, which isn't that good, whereas your great defensive line has to go against our offensive line that is good. And I think ultimately that was a big difference in the game. And one thing we said, too, is Miami's got a very opportunistic defense. And Ohio State has not been that way. And Miami was able to make some of those big plays, and Ohio State was not. I think that was the difference. But yeah, we said this, Trev. This Ohio State team, they were the number one team in the country because they deserved to be, because I'm like, you're the champs until somebody beat you. But this team was not as impressive as it was last year. And they had uglier moments last year in the regular season than they did this year. But you and I always said that's a team built for the postseason. If they can figure it out, that was a team that if they can figure it out, they could beat anybody. This Ohio State team is who they are. They went into the postseason. That is who Ohio State is. Last year's Ohio State was like, is this Ohio State team finally going to show up? Because we know what they can be. And it ain't this. And that's what they did in the playoffs. Ohio State was who they were all year, is who they were in the playoffs, is who they were all season.
It's funny. It's almost like Ohio State. And this is just an outside opinion here. I don't think this is what the game plan was, especially for a head coach like Ryan Day, who just won a national championship. But outside looking in, it's almost like they did the opposite of what some other teams do. It's like, for Ohio State was on a national championship drought. They were on a Big Ten championship drought, and they were on a beating Michigan drought. Most teams, in 1 year, be like, all right, let's check the Michigan box off the list. Let's check the Big Ten championship box off the list, and then we'll attack the national championship. Ohio State just went right for the natty. And then this season, to Muhammad's submission, it's almost like, okay, they got the national championship out of the way. What can they do to beat Michigan and play for a Big Ten title? I think that's interesting. I'm sure that wasn't the goal. I know they didn't sit down in the offseason. It's like, all right, boys, we got the natty. Let's beat Michigan and win a Big Ten championship now. It's just that's how their season unfolded. I think that's interesting.
Archer made a comment, our resident Ohio State fan. He says, and this is exactly my point. He's actually making my point here. He says, we only had 3 possessions in the second half in a game. We were trailing by multiple possessions. There was no sense of urgency offensively, which is what was so frustrating. Archer, I just want to point to that. You're the one that kept telling us all year that Ohio State's intentionally running the offense this way to limit plays, limit the scope of the game for the postseason. And this is the point that we brought up last week. You can't just turn that switch on and off. That's the concern. You can't play a certain style all year, and then now all of a sudden we're going to push the tempo a bunch and be good at it. You can't – that's not who you are. That's not what got you there. And so what they did in the second half was play the game that they had been playing all year, and it just wasn't enough because they put their defense in a bad spot in the second half by getting down, 14-0 at halftime? I mean, they outscored Miami 14-10 in the second half, but the reality is you were still playing the brand of football that got you there all year. But Miami was too. Miami was playing that brand of football in this game. Now, Miami hadn't done it all year, but when Miami did it, they were good at it. And I think that's what kind of sank in at the end of the A&M game is when Miami finally said, we're just going to line up and run Mark Fletcher down your throat. They went right down the field on Texas A&M. Right down the field. Unfortunately for them, they came back and did that again against Ohio State, and they kind of beat Ohio State at their own game because they had some big opportunistic plays in the game, a big pass, and as I pointed out, I said, look, Jeremiah Smith went for 157 yards. Malachi Toney went for 16. The two elite receivers. And Jeremiah Smith, who had 157 yards, his team lost to the Malachi Toney's team, who had 16 yards. Why? Because football is still about can you win in the trenches. And that's ultimately where this game came down to. But Ohio State had played like that all year and thought that they could just keep doing that in the second half, and they couldn't. You're just not going to do that. And again, he says, and Julian missed 2 wide open pass catches for TDs, again, because you had not put that kind of pressure on him all year, and now you're going to do it in the Cotton Bowl. And that's what I think some of the issues were for them.
Agreed.
I just think that day, Miami was better. There's sometimes it's that too. Just, hey, we might be a better team overall, but on that day, we said that about Miami. Look, I think Notre Dame's a better team than Miami, but on August 31st, they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's ultimately all that matters. I think Notre Dame, if they played A&M in a rematch, would win by 2 touchdowns, but that's not how football works. You got to play them once, and you lost.
From Coleman Smith, Trev, how do you feel about Cole Serta has been playing this season? I like him, man. He's definitely the best shooter on the team. He's like, one of 2 players in the country that's like 25 of 25 from the free throw stripe. He's been impressive this year. Still some things to work on defensively. Like, he's not like super big. Ideally, I want to see him get up to like you remember how like Cormac Ryan was towards the end of his career, just a little bit stockier. Hopefully Cole can get up to that size and be a little bit more of a force defensively, but he's been a great shooter for him. I mean, he's played good defense when he's had to, but I love the rotation that they have. I mean, last year, Cole Serta would have had to been a bona fide starter, and he can come in off the bench this year and just be that change of pace shooter that the team needs. I think he's been playing really well as a sophomore. I like him.
I'm going to let Coleman get to his second basketball question. He's got 2 other basketball questions. I'm going to bring one of them up here because I know he loves talking basketball, and I know you pay attention to the Hoops team.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one from Coleman. What are the things you're most excited to see during conference play? You can't go with the easy answer and say Harrelson. Fair.
I love when people do that. Like, what do you want to see? But you can't tell me what you want to see. You got to tell me something else. Okay.
Oh, man. I'm going to be interested to see if they can win. And this is big picture, not about one specific player. But Coleman, I'm going to be really interested to see if they can win different styles of games. They showed that they can win kind of that low-scoring defensive, not kind of low-scoring, just low-scoring defensive battle against Stanford. They had to right the ship with a few things with their loss to Purdue-Fort Wayne. There's still teams in the ACC that can put up points. And they need to be able to show that they can go win those shootout type of games, scoring at all 3 levels. It's not just, hey, we're going up against North Carolina that can really put points on the board. Time to go attempt 37 threes in a game.
Right.
Can you be effective at the mid-range level, which does include Jalen Harrelson, but I'm not counting that as the only thing that I'm excited to see. But that includes Jalen Harrelson. Can Carson Tout be more as an effective scorer on the inside? What kind of contributions can you keep getting from Garrett Sundra? I think all of those, because Notre Dame is in a spot where they can have multiple guys on any given night go for double digits.
Yeah.
That's something they didn't have last year. Last year, it was Marcus Burton and Tay Davis, kind of. And now you have 4 to 5 guys within your rotation that can score at least 12 to 15 a night. I think that makes them dangerous.
All right. I will say this. In order to make a run at the tournament, you have to be able to win in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And this Notre Dame team has shown the ability to do that more than the last couple. Can they continue it or not? That's a question. Like they've won some games where they had to score. I mean, they had to score. The offense had to go against TCU and win that game. They weren't making enough stops in that game against Stanford, it's like, look, you're shutting their great score down. Can you make enough shots on your own to win? But, keep playing great defense and not let that guy turn it up late in the second half. And they did that. The question now is, can they do that consistently? Because those are the best teams that, like Michigan right now is absolutely on fire in basketball. I mean, they are destroying people. I mean, just absolutely destroying people. They've scored over 100 points in 6 of their last 7 games. And then the 2 games, 6 of their last, or 7 of their, 7 of their last, 6 of their last 8 games. But in those 2 games, they didn't score 100 points. They had 94 and 89. There will be a game like they did against TCU where they weren't scoring, that they had to make some stops defensively, 167-63. They got to show me they can win more like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care who you are. You've got to, can you win when you're not scoring? And that's what Notre Dame has to do. And in the past, they haven't been able to do that. If their offense stalled, they didn't play good enough defense to be able to win. The other night they did. Can they keep that up? Against Indiana, whoever, Fort Wayne or whatever, they couldn't.
Yep.
So that's going to be the key for me.
From Casey Richardson, what can you do to get off to a better start? September seems to be a problem since Marcus Freeman has taken over. Just wondering what changes can be made.
It's a great question. In fairness, part of that is they have played some tough teams in September. That's part of the conversation. I mean, 2 of your losses were road games to top 10 teams in Miami and Ohio State. And if that's all they had, and then the A&M game, I'd say, look, man, I know that those are disappointing, but they played 3 really good teams. But that goes out the window when you add Marshall and Northern Illinois and games like that to the mix. And then some ugly wins, ugly win over Cal. And that's a great question. I can't tell you why. I'm not at practice. I can't tell you why. This is something I'd have to be at practice at. Like, I can watch their run game and say, this is a problem. Well, you're not at practice. I don't care. I'm watching the game. I see the end result. I'm telling you, they got to do a better job moving their feet on zone plays or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, well, what drills is Joe Rudolph is doing a bad job of this, or Mike Brown's doing a bad job of this, or Chris Ash or Mike Mickens is doing a bad job with this. Because why? Because I'm seeing every snap. Notre Dame corners have a tough. This isn't true. Notre Dame corners, when they're playing cover whatever, don't have terrible footwork across the board, and they're always getting beat right out of the transitions. So I know Mike Mickens isn't teaching that well. Like, that's not true. I'm just using that as an example. The offensive line struggles with this line game against zone every week. So guess what? They're not being prepared. Well, you're not at practice. I don't need to be at practice because I'm seeing this be a consistent problem. So I'm telling you, they're not practicing it right. But what I can't tell you is they need to stop doing this drill and start doing this drill, because I don't know what drills they're doing. I can't tell you they need to hit more in practice, because I don't know if it could be they're not hitting enough. I really don't know the answer to that. But the reality is that this team is just kind of slow out of the gate. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if they're too emotional at the beginning of camp, and so they're gassed up. Are they not emotional enough? Was it too business-like? Because I also saw in 2024, they went on the road first game of the year and beat Texas A&M and had plenty of fire and physicality and all that kind of stuff. If they'd have played against Miami like they played against Texas A&M, they're 1-0 to start the season. So that's kind of where I'm at on those things. And I think if they can do a better job with that, then like finding that stride where you're a little bit more physically ready to go out of the gate. Are they too tired? Are they not tired enough? Like, I don't know the answers to that, but that's what Coach Freeman has to figure out, just to where you're a little bit more in a groove early on. Because Notre Dame's going to have to build differently than they have, like in years like this year. They should have been able to look at their schedule and say, November is going to be kind of, not a strong month of opponents. We got to get out of September. We've got Miami on the road, A&M, and at Arkansas. We've got to get out of September. So if we got to use some extra bullets early on, and then we can maybe use our depth later in the year to get us through, then we got to do that, because we got to come out of this 1-1, or 3-1 if you look at the Arkansas game. And maybe that adjusts their strategy. I don't know if that's going to necessarily need to be the strategy in 2025-6. like because it's different opponents. Wisconsin's a P4 team, but they're not Miami. They're not Ohio State. They're not Texas A&M. So it's a good question, Casey, and I wish I had the answer for you. But it just whatever you did last year, don't just assume you know what to do. But I also don't think it requires you to completely reinvent the wheel, because you lost by 3 points and a point, and in both games you had your defense was on the field with a chance to win you the game, or at least keep it tied. And then in one of the games, your offense was on the field with a chance to win it, and you didn't get it done. Like, execute better. That's part of it too. This year, the reason this year might not be the same reason it was not good in 2024. It might be something different.
All encompassing, Casey. This is a heck of a question. I would just attribute it to lack of consistent focus. Honestly, I mean, look, excuse me. You think back to 2022. If Notre Dame would have played half as well against Marshall as they played against Ohio State on the road in a top 5 environment, they would have beat Marshall by 2 touchdowns. You think back to 2024. If Notre Dame would have played NIU half as well as they played Texas A&M on the road in a top 25 environment to start the season, they would have beat NIU by 2 touchdowns. Some of it just comes down to lack of consistent focus. Now, I have no idea how they can fix that, because to Brian's point, we're not at practices, nor do we get paid enough money to make those decisions and to change what's going on. But if there's just one overarching thing, I would say it's a lack of consistent focus. You can't one week be laser focused. And I'm not going to paint this picture like it's easy. Preparing for Texas A&M is a different animal than preparing for NIU. But that doesn't mean your lack of focus can't be the same. I mean, you could even argue the same this year. If Notre Dame's defense just played like how it did against Miami, I don't think they lose to Texas A&M. I don't. The defense played better against Miami than what they played against Texas A&M, and that was a game earlier and their first one of the season and on the road. So there has to be some level of consistency for this team in September. That's the biggest thing. I mean, even the team looked night and day different against Purdue than it did against Miami of Ohio. So we even start to see a lack of consistent focus in their wins or in the early windows of the season. So that's something that has to get fixed. How you do that, I don't know. But that's my opinion outside looking in.
Good stuff.
From Tavis McKay, if you had to be stuck eating one meal for the rest of your life, what would it be? You can pick one for breakfast, lunch, and dinner individually. Oh.
Breakfast, my grandmother used to make this meal for me and my wife. Talk about being very blessed with an amazing wife. So my grandmother, and I used to call her Grammy Potatoes, right? My grandmother, who passed away a little over a year ago, would make me this thing whenever she'd come in town to visit. And it's basically just eggs and potatoes. But she made it a certain way, and I'm a pretty good cook, and I've never been able to master it because I never watched her do it. I just knew what the end result was. Well, I think one of the last times she was in town to visit us before her health got bad, she couldn't really travel to see us anymore. Angela filmed her making it, like recorded it. And then she now makes it for me in the same exact way my grandma made it. First couple of times, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit emotional eating it. Might have been a little extra salty, you know what I'm saying? Eating it, a little wet and salty. But I'd have that for breakfast. Like, there's no doubt. What would be your breakfast, Trev?
Breakfast, I'm going 2 eggs, sunny side up, 3 pieces of bacon, and a side of corned beef hash. Glass of orange juice.
Ange is a big fan of corned beef hash.
I love corned beef hash. It's so good.
Yeah.
It is so good. There's a breakfast diner in Elkhart, the Bristol Street Cafe. I've been going there since high school. They have a corned beef hash omelet, and it's $8.99.
I'm gonna have to tell Angela what is it? Bristol Street Cafe?
The Bristol Street Cafe.
Bristol. Okay.
And they have the best breakfast prices in all of Elkhart.
Is that over by the range in Bristol, or is that actually just like right now?
No, it's by the Harley Davidson in Elkhart.
Okay.
And it's phenomenal. It's like $8.99 for a corned beef hash omelet, side of hash browns. It's phenomenal.
By the way, next time you come in town, you need to bring your accessories, because I want you and I to go out to that range out in Bristol.
Yeah, 100%.
So that'd be a lot of fun. Lunch, I would have so my favorite sandwich to make at home is turkey, roast beef, provolone, lettuce, toasted on like a sub roll. That would be my lunch.
I'm real simple for lunch. I think sandwiches are a great lunch food. So just I know it's kind of bland, but any lunch meat sandwich.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be.
I don't know what it is about cooked turkey and roast beef together on a sandwich with provolone. It's just like, just for me, it's just tremendous. For dinner, if I could only have one dinner for the rest of my life, that is a great question. I mean, and I've literally had 5 answers go through my head thinking about it. I've had, steak and mushrooms go through my head. I've had lasagna go through my head. I've had spaghetti go through my head. That's a great question. And I make chicken and rice. I think that's a good meal. My chicken fettuccine Alfredo. I honestly don't know what my dinner would be. I don't know that I can just pick just one. I'd probably go with lasagna because you don't have to make that fresh every day. I don't have one thing the rest of my life. I don't make the same thing every day. You can make that and then have it the next couple of days. But that's a good question. I really don't know the answer to that one. I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, for dinner that's tough. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna take a little Lord of the Rings reference. I'm gonna have dinner and supper. And for dinner, thank you.
Or if you ever watch The Chosen, they have second supper.
There we go.
Oh, there you go. First
So
supper.
one of those two. So for dinner, I'm going to have New York strip mashed potatoes and asparagus. I love asparagus.
Okay.
And then for supper, I'm having chicken parm.
Okay.
I love chicken parm.
Here's the reason that I wouldn't do chicken parm every day. That is a lot of work every day for dinner. You know what I mean? Like, however, if you make it right, you can just make a bunch of them the first night and then reheat them the next couple nights. I guess you could do that, but yeah, that's a good one too. That's a good one as well. Yeah, that's tougher one for me. That's a tough one for me. I love this question here from Brandon. This isn't even a question. So Brandon L. Gilbert, Autry Denson's long lost brother, said 14 plus 2 plus 21 plus 35 equals 72 was more deserving than 3 plus 1 equals 4. Hashtag committee math. He's obviously referring to the margins of defeat from Alabama. They lost by 2 touchdowns to a team that went 5-7 and got dominated and lost by 3 touchdowns to an SEC team that doesn't even have a great offense in Georgia. And we're shocked that they got blown out by a good football team from another conference. Like Alabama this year went 1-2 at a conference against Power 4 teams. The only team they beat was Wisconsin.
Yeah. It's a good point. I'm not going to lie, Brandon. When you first put this in, I was like 14 plus 2 plus 20.
Like, hey, bro, that big 72 is more deserving than 4. If you don't know what they're talking.
That's what I was like. Are we talking like money? Like I'd rather have $72 than $4.
Yeah.
Like I was like, what?
Yeah. It took me a minute. Like, what is it? That's like 3. Because what helped me figure it out is the 3 plus 1 equals 4. I'm like, okay, he's talking about learning the margin of defeat, and then that brought me back to what the first group of numbers meant.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah. Well done,
well played.
Yep. Well done.
Getting into part 3 here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's a Friday free-for-all mailbag, and we're going strong here. A lot of good questions to get 2026 started off here, Brian. A lot of good questions. Next one up from Domer Grizz. Happy Friday. What advice do you have for us to get through the offseason? I'm still upset about the college football playoff, and the offseason moves so far are not filling me with tons of confidence for the future.
This is why I say before that part of the problem that all of us are having, you're not alone. And I'm not going to lie, Trev and I have these moments as well. We're not acting like we got it all figured out, and we're never upset about guys jumping in the portal or whatever. We're just saying, let's look for some perspective here. And the perspective is, in the last month, Notre Dame has lost players that we didn't want to see them lose. Okay. No doubt. But right now we're in a period where losing is all that could have happened. We don't know what the rest of the offseason is going to entail. I would also like to remind you that Notre Dame has added more talented players in the month of December than they have lost. Because also in the month of December, they signed the #1 recruiting class in the country. And yeah, I'm bummed about Josh Burnham leaving. But you know what? I'm also excited to see Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Utade show up. I'm bummed about Jadon Blair leaving. I don't think Notre Dame handled that well. I don't think the choice to move on from him was a wise one. but I'm still excited about Joey Blair showing up or Joey O'Brien showing up. You know, I'm not happy about the fact that Notre Dame lost Malachi Fields to the NFL. I mean, he was going to go, he had to go, he couldn't play. You know,
But still,
but you know, hey, you're bringing in Caden Finley and you know that group of players, and yeah, I'm not happy that Armo Mukum is leaving. I'm bummed about that, but I'm super fired up that Tiki Hola and Elijah Golden are showing up. You know what I mean? So like, it's about that. It's about understanding the process, understanding that we're in a period now where it's going to be great, and by the end of the portal, I think based on if I said it again yesterday, if they get who I think they're going to get, we're all going to have more excitement about next year's team. If they get who I think they're going to get. But does that mean that the losses don't still sting? Like, we have to stop living in the moment entirely and be willing to discuss the moment, embrace the moment, talk about the impact of the moment, but still have our eye on the prize, which is let's see what this thing is going to look like when the entire process is out. It's like, to use the food analogy, if I brought you a pizza halfway through it being cooked, would you be all excited about it? Like if I like made the dough, put the sauce on, put the cheese on, put the pepperoni and mushrooms and the peppers or whatever you get on it, and then handed it to you, would you be like, hey man, I can't wait to eat this? You'd be like, you're missing a step. What's that, Trev? What step am I missing? Aren't you supposed to cook it? Well, I mean, you know, you wanted it quickly, so I'm just, you know, I'm getting you this, you wanted it now, so I'm giving it to you now. You said you wanted it in 5 minutes, and this is all I could do in 5 minutes. Well, okay, maybe I should sit back and wait and maybe not want it in 5 minutes since, you know, I want it cooked. So how about we let them finish putting all the ingredients together and seeing what the meal is going to look like, to use the reference that was the person on the message board used. I'm stealing their food analogy, right? 13 reasons why. So that's kind of what I would say. Let's see the process play out. And let's not forget, for the losses, there's a lot of talented players coming back. And, you know, the stuff as far as the playoff, there's nothing I can help you with that. I mean, I'm still ticked about that. But, you know, I mean, it is what it is. I would just say, let's the other stuff, let's let it play out a little bit first, you know. And the other thing is, too, just keep listening to us, you know, because either A, we're going to do one of two things. We're going to fuel the anger you have, which I think makes you maybe feel better about it. Like, I'm not alone here. Or we'll be able to talk you off the ledge a little bit. And so I'd say keep listening to IB, but I just would say let's let the process play out a little bit. Because, of course, the offseason moves so far are not filling me tons of confidence for the future. Well, of course, because we're in a period of the offseason where all they can do is lose players. Let's see what happens now that we're in the period where they can add players. Let's see what happens. And if maybe it doesn't go well, but like I said, if they get who I think they're going to get, I think we're going to feel much better when we look at the roster in its entirety. And this is partly our fault. We haven't done a lot of 2026 preview stuff to get you excited about next year's team, but we're doing that on purpose because, again, it's incomplete data.
Yeah, Domer, live in the world of the gray, and that's kind of what I've had to do. Like, similar to some of the conversations we've had around recruiting topics. Just don't ride the waves of the recruiting momentum, what they're doing on the trail. You just kind of have to sit back and wait for the end result, which sucks. I'm not going to sit here and try to paint this picture that it's easy. How I get through the offseason, initially, I mean, for the first 3 months, I won't lie, I love football. I love college football. I love football in general. I also don't hate not having my heart rate go up and down and through the roof and my anxiety go through the roof every single Saturday. Now, I will get to the point in the offseason where I will miss it, and then that's like July, and then I'm itching for football to come back, and we're good to go. But I just look forward to what 2026 is going to be because I do think it's going to be a special season. But spring ball's right around the corner. There's going to be more content, a lot more content, at least from our side, coming out about the 2026 season. Just stay patient, weather the storm, and it'll all be over here soon. I promise.
Right, because if we'd have done a 2026 D-line preview a week ago, we would have talked about Josh Burnham and his role. We'd have talked about Armo Muka, and we'd have talked about Al Washington and the coaching job he has to do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we wait.
100%.
Let's wait. Let's let the process play out, and then we'll evaluate it. Good or bad, then we'll evaluate it. So that's where I'm at on that. I like this one.
From the Shark 83, will this team be better in 26 versus the last 2 seasons?
Again, can't answer that question, but I'll say this. If they do in the portal what I think they're going to do, then my answer is yes. If they fall short in the portal, and if they get as the D-line coach who I think they're going to get of the couple options, I don't know who they're going to get, but I think I know who a couple of the options are, then I'll probably feel the answer to this is yes. Are there a couple other moves I'd like to see Marcus Freeman make? Yes. I don't think he's going to make them. I would love it if Marcus Freeman at the end of the year went and said, Bob Bostad, I'll pay you whatever I need to pay you to get you here to coach our offense. I'd love that, but I don't think it's going to happen. So of what I think is going to happen based on realistic opportunities, I do think that this team will be better, but it's hard for me to say that. Because if they don't get the guys I think they're going to get, then my answer might be no. It just depends. So we gotta let it play out. But I'm sitting here today on January 2nd saying that I still feel like there's a path for Notre Dame to have an even more talented team than they did next year than they did this year.
I'm with you. I love that. I do. From Carlos Garza, appreciate you. Does it concern you guys at all that Marcus Freeman seems to not be long for Notre Dame? It seems that we're almost back to the Kelly days of is he going to go or is he staying?
It doesn't concern me. It annoys me. I'm not concerned by it because I don't concern myself as much with things that I have no control over. But I'm bothered by it. Like, I wasn't concerned about what the playoff committee did. I was pissed by what the playoff committee did. And so I'm not trying to get into a semantic argument, but yeah, it's not even a concern at this point in time. It is what it is, and I can't control it. So, look, it's real simple. I think Marcus Freeman's going all in on 2026. Portal, and there's a lot of things he's doing that I don't know that I agree with because I look more for the long-term future of the program. I don't know that he views it that way. I don't know. I literally don't know. I have doubts that he's looking anything past 26 for Notre Dame. I have my doubts. But people change their minds. You know, I think the thing with Marcus Freeman is I don't think Marcus Freeman dislikes Notre Dame the way Brian Kelly did. I think Marcus Freeman dislikes what's going on in college football. And I have some thoughts that I think he also looks at the NFL as an opportunity that, you know, that he desires. Well, the difference between Brian Kelly and Marcus Freeman is I think NFL teams want Marcus Freeman more than they wanted Brian Kelly. You know what I mean? But yeah, it bothers me. I thought he was in it for the long haul type of coach. I really did. And I think I'm wrong. I don't know that for a fact. I think I'm wrong. I'm just going to be honest with that. But, you know, look, if he leaves Notre Dame with a title next year, I think people can say, okay, well, he's not here as long as I hoped he would, but he brought a title to Notre Dame, and ultimately that was the goal. We would say, yeah, but he could have built a dynasty. Yeah, sure, he could have, but at least he got one. And then, you know, makes Notre Dame a more attractive job than maybe it used to be. But that's kind of where I'm at, Trev, is like, look, it is what it is. It's what we said the day he announced he's coming back. All I know is that he's going to be the coach in 2026. And I'm just not going to spend the next 12 months responding to questions about this. 100%. And your question is fine, Carlos, and I get it because it's still kind of raw, but I don't like it, but it is what it is. I can't control it. And so as long as he's making moves, see, the difference is Brian Kelly always had one foot out the door, and I don't think ever gave his best to Notre Dame. If Marcus Freeman has every intention of leaving Notre Dame after next season, and I don't know that he does, I don't know that for a fact. Some people tell me that they think that might be the case. It is what it is. I can't control that. But here's what I do feel confident in. I feel that if he's here for 10 more months, 11 more months, 12 more months, 13 more months, whatever it is, you're going to get his best. We didn't get that from Brian Kelly. That's the difference. And so whether Marcus Freeman's here for a year, 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, and I don't know the answer to how long he's going to be, I do feel like right now I'm confident that whatever it is, we're going to get his best. He gave us his best this year. It's just there were some decisions he made that ended up not working out. but he still gave us everything that he had. He put everything he could towards winning it this year. It didn't work out. We'll get the same thing next year, and hopefully it works out. That's what I'm confident in. That's what ultimately makes it different between him and Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I think that's well said. The only other thing that I would add is the thing with Brian Kelly, the reason why he was always 1 foot in, 1 foot out is he wanted to feel wanted. Yeah. Like he wanted people to beg him to come back. He wanted, like, that was his shtick.
Mm-hmm.
That was the thing with Brian Kelly. Here's my motto with this season. No idea what happens beyond 26. But if this is indeed the year that everybody goes all out, then buy into it and go all out and bring home a ship.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, like that is what we know for certain is Marcus Freeman's going to be back in 2026 and all hands are going to be on deck to win a national championship. So if that's what it's going to be, then go win one. Like, be done talking about it. Be done talking about it. We're putting things in place. Cool. Now just go do it.
Right.
And then we'll pick up the pieces when we're done and we'll figure out what's the next steps after that happens.
Yep.
But all eyes have to be focused on bringing home the 12th national championship.
Agree.
Pete Weber, what does the fact that Cristobal and Golding were able to knock off the two highest paid coaches in Day and Smart tell you about the best recipes for team success in modern college football?
Not a lot. Those two teams are built very differently. And number two, Pete Golding didn't build this Ole Miss team. I mean, Lane Kiffin did. He's just kind of riding it, you know. So it's a very different situation. What I learned from these games has nothing to do with Cristobal and Golding versus Day and Smart. It goes back to what we talked about before. The coach right here, Mario Cristobal, he built a team that's driven by dominance in the lines. This coach right here has a big-time quarterback who's won championships at another level that is carrying his football team. They've won different ways. This team right here, driven almost exclusively through the portal. This team right here, they got some portal pickups, but Francis Minoa, Markel Bell, he was a JUCO kid, not a portal guy. Ruben Bain, I think Akeem Misador, who recruited all those guys out of high school. Mark Fletcher, Malachi Toney, where'd all those guys play before they came to Miami? High school teams or junior college teams. Now, they went and supplemented in the portal in a good way. Justin Scott, high school kid. Marquise Lightfoot, high school kid. There's not as many of those at Ole Miss. They've built two very different ways. The problem with Ohio State is we talked about the problems with Ohio State, and then with Kirby Smart, it's Kirby hasn't fully adjusted to the modern era. And I don't think that he has an offensive coordinator that is as elite as he thinks he is, and they don't have the same talent on defense they had in the past. That's ultimately the problem. And that's the issue. Those guys
100%.
Built better teams
this year. Like that's what's so interesting about this portal era is it's going to be a little bit more of that than like who is the dynastic program moving forward.
Right.
Very interesting to see how that works.
Ooh, Trevor, using the word dynastic. Well done.
Thank you. Been reading more. It's something I want to do more in 2026. So hopefully it pays off.
It's good.
Thanks. From Beezer 12 Washing Beard. Year 4 of my Notre Dame dynasty. I have a junior free safety who has waited patiently for his chance. Last recruiting class, I brought in a really talented freshman that has elite development. Who should I start?
Who's the guy that gives you a better chance to win in year 4? Start the junior and then make sure that the other guy's part of your rotation. And if you play the game, you can have subs built in and then see how that guy develops. You know, see if his numbers go up through the season. You start the veteran who, I mean, again, the junior free safety's waited his chance, patiently his chance. If he's not the best guy for the job, then you play the other guy.
Yeah.
Luke Talich has waited more for his chance to play at Notre Dame than Tay Johnson has, but Tay was the better player. Luke accepts his role and did a good job in it and all that kind of stuff, but Tay was a better player. So you go with the guy who gives you the best chance to win in year 4 because you're in year 4. That's who you go with.
Agreed. From Broke Neck Boy, Lincoln Riley and Texas Tech have a lot in common. Riley has 0 playoff wins, while Texas Tech said, hold my beer, let us score 0 points.
Well, those 0 points, however, are the same amount of points that Lincoln Riley has scored in playoff games at USC. So there's that. But Riley has at least coached in playoff games at Oklahoma. Still lost them all. But at least he did score. So moral story, outside of TCU, Big 12 teams had a tendency to go to the playoffs and get smacked. Outside of TCU. And Texas had their chance to be a playoff team, Big 12 playoff team that won some games, but they chose to go to the SEC. So say the only SEC team to get like real wins in the playoff in the 12-team era is a team that they just stole from the Big 12 because Texas beat Clemson and Arizona State. I don't over non-SEC teams. Like the only non-SEC team the traditional SEC teams have is Tulane. Pass.
From Kevin Park, how come no one has mentioned that Saban left the cupboard bare at Bama?
Because he didn't.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry, this is not a bare cupboard. They're not using they're not using what's in the cupboard appropriately. But I'm sorry, he did not leave the cupboard bare. Like that's why we haven't said that.
I was just about to say. So short answer, that's why we haven't mentioned it.
The guy at Iowa State who's got 17 scholarship players in his team, he inherited a bare cupboard.
Yeah.
You could argue that Brian Kelly inherited something like that at LSU. I still think that's misguided, but it was 30-something players. He did not have a bare cupboard. I'm sorry. He inherited a lot of NFL players from Nick Saban. So I don't agree with that at all. And you're Alabama. Let me ask you this question, Kevin. Who inherited a better team when they arrived 2 years ago? Kurt Cignetti or Kalen DeBoer? Let's forget this. Kurt Cignetti, Kalen DeBoer have been at their schools the same amount of time. Who inherited a better cupboard in that scenario? Come on now. They got beat by Indiana. Indiana. Yeah. Yeah.
From Tom Frawley, there are so many good place kickers all over the country and other countries as well who would be on Notre Dame's short list. Do you have a top 3 to 5 transfer portal kickers?
That's other countries as well. Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame seems to really love going to Australia for punters. They just got a commitment. We didn't actually talk about this in the show. They got a commitment last week from a punter. It was on Christmas Day. They got a commitment from a high school punter, high school-ish, high school eligibility punter from Australia. So that seems to be the route they're going there. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't know, honestly, right now, Tom. I couldn't tell you a lot of the kickers that are in the portal. The only guy that I know of for sure that's in the portal that I like, that I would take a look at is the kid from Illinois, David Alano. Last 2 years in the Big Ten. So as a freshman, and I think he's a kid that Notre Dame looked at out of high school and went a different direction. But he did kickoffs as a freshman and then took over place kicking the last 2 years. And in the last 2 years, he's been over 85% both years. He was 17 of 20 as a sophomore in 2024. And then this year he went 20 of 23. He hit the game winner against USC. He hit the game winner against Tennessee. The only kind of knock I have on him is that like he went 0 for 1 at Penn State last year in a 21-7 loss. But in this year in the big games, he was perfect 2 for 2 against USC, including the walk-off kick. He went 1 of 1 against Ohio State. He went 1 of 1 against Washington. He went 3 of 3 against Tennessee. So as a junior, he was more clutch in those moments. And his misses, he had 3 misses. One was against Western Illinois in a 52-3 win. The other one was against Rutgers in the 35-13 win, and he had one at Wisconsin, a game they won 27-10 in really bad conditions. And he went 44 of 44 on PAT. So he's the only kid that I can look at and say, I'm familiar with that kid, and if he wanted to come, I'd take a look at him for sure and bring him in and let him compete with Eric Schmidt. And if he beats him out, great. If he doesn't, then Eric Schmidt's your guy. But that's the only one that I can tell you for sure that I would look at. Because I just feel like he's been more clutch. And he's familiar with Notre Dame. He's a kid that wanted to come to Notre Dame out of high school. He wanted to be here out of high school.
Yeah.
So good question. I'm trying to get to some of the people who we haven't got to yet, and then I'll circle back up before we wrap up.
I saw this come through. This is a good question from Play Like a Champ. Who would you predict as captains for the 2026 team? For the sake of this question, let's assume that no transfers are named captain. I got mine.
What's our number? Are we going to go 4 or 6?
I'm going to go 6. Just repeat from this past season.
Okay, so let's go 6, Trev. Give me your 3 on offense.
3 on offense. I'm going CJ Carr is one of them. I'm going to go Jaden Greathouse is one of them. And I'm going to go – see, this is tough because I think it depends on who comes back. If Ashton Craig comes back, I would say him. But if not, I'd go Anthony Knapp.
Okay.
Those would be
You're going 3 and 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me your 3 on defense.
3 on defense. I think 2 of them is the captains who were last year, Adon Schuler and Drake Bowen, with the third one being Leonard Moore.
Yep. Same on defense. We're on the same page on defense. Offensively, I'm with CJ Carr. If Ashton Craig doesn't come back, I will agree with you on Anthony Knapp being a captain, a junior captain. I'm going to go Jordan Faison instead of Jaden Greathouse.
Yeah.
I'd have no problem with Jaden Greathouse being a captain, but I just feel like, well, I have reasons why. But either one of those guys I'd be fine with. I would. And I could see a scenario where they go, where they go to 7 and they're both, but maybe there's no O linemen that are captains, who knows? But I think I could see Anthony Knapp or Ashton Craig being that guy.
Yeah.
Especially if Ashton comes back. So
100%.
Yeah. Which I hope he does.
Me too.
I don't know that he'll be ready at the beginning of the year, but you get him ready when it's time, when he's healthy, you bring him back.
For Michael Johnson, Trev, BD, what number do we need on nose tackle and defensive end?
Michael, I think you need to bring in 2 interior guys. The way that Notre Dame plays, unless they change their style, they don't look for like the true nose tackles. I think they'd like to get to that point eventually. That's why we said originally, bring in a kid who can be a penetrator or a nose. I didn't care which one. Well, with Donovan Heinisch leaving, I think you need a penetrator and then you need a big boy, at least one of those 2. If you get a third, that's great. I'm not opposed to bringing in 2, fighting like crazy to get Jason Onye more eligibility. And then you've got Elijah Hughes. You've got coach up Chris Burgess, coach up Cole Mullins, coach up Davion Dixon, coach up Sean Savillano, and you can have a pretty nice, darn good rotation here if your 2 transfer pickups are pretty good players. If they're Jared Dawson caliber talents, they don't have to be the same exact player he is, but like the talent, the impact ability that he had, then I'm good. I'm good there. But maybe you bring in a third depth guy, something like that. I would say instead of bringing in a depth guy who didn't produce much at another school, coach up the freaking guys you have. You know what I mean? Like coach up Davion Dixon, coach up Cole Mullins, coach up Chris Burgess, coach those guys up. And, I understand Mike Martin doesn't have the same relationship with the current roster because he wasn't here to recruit them, but I don't care. Appreciate the fact that these kids chose to be here. I worry about, this was my concern about bringing an NFL GM. NFL GMs don't look at current players the same way because a lot of current players, you drafted them. They didn't choose to be here like recruits did. And I think that's a way to lose a locker room real quick if you don't show more of love for that at a place like Notre Dame. Because as somebody said to me, Sean Davis said this to me, he goes like, that's what makes Notre Dame so unique is that. And if you lose that, I worry that you maybe lose the locker room. But I think you need at least 2, Michael, in my opinion. A guy that can make plays and some beef, a big beefy kid. I can name, John Walker. There's a kid from Purdue. There's a kid from Michigan. It doesn't matter who so much because there's plenty of guys that can fit that role, but that's what they need to be able to land.
Yeah.
So, and again, coach up Elijah Golden, coach up Tiki Hola. There's talent there. You just got to be willing to invest in it. And my concern is if your coach is not really bought into the long term, he's going to be more willing to say, well, I don't care what happens down the road. We're going to try to win it all right now. And this guy, for now, we know he gives a better chance. Maybe he does now in January, but you don't know that that's going to be the case in the end of April. Coach those kids up. I hope more often than not they go that route. Not completely. You need to go to the portal for at least 1 or 2 D tackles. But do that along with the plan of hiring someone who can coach up Cole Mullins and Chris Burgess and Tiki Hola and Elijah Golden and Davion Dixon and those guys. I want to see a combination of both of those things.
Absolutely.
Yep. So let's see. Did we get any? We had a few super chats step up.
From Jersey Bear, appreciate you. Trinidad Chambliss stole my heart last night. What a great player from the D2 route. That's the team I'm rooting for to win it all. Love IB.
I get it, and he's the reason you'd even consider it, but I can't root for an SEC team to win it all. I can't. I definitely can't root for Ole Miss to win it all, although it would be poetic that Lane Kiffin doesn't get to lead his team to a title. But he'd still get paid $1 million based on what LSU did, which I also find to be hilarious, that LSU would have to pay a guy $1 million because he won a title somewhere else. It's like the most SEC thing ever.
Yeah.
But no, it's a great story. There's not a team remaining that if they won it all, I'd be like pissed. Like, I hate Miami, but I'd be able to look, Notre Dame should have beat the team. Notre Dame had the ball at the end of the fourth quarter with the team that won it all. I hate them as a Notre Dame fan. I hate Miami, in that regard, but it wouldn't piss me off. It wouldn't piss me off if Indiana won. It would make Vince second guess what life is all about, based on our conversation yesterday. But I wouldn't feel that way. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think I would be pretty mad because who's left? Oregon, Ole Miss, IU, and Miami. The only reason why it would make me mad if any 4 of those teams won is they did it before Notre Dame. That would
sure. Indiana winning a title before Notre Dame would be very disheartening.
That would make me really mad. Oregon winning their first ever before in my lifetime I got to watch Notre Dame win one. That would make me mad.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is a funny one.
From Adam Falcone, who is worse for the brain, the people running college football or the national heads who talk college football?
For me, it's the national heads that talk college football because they're the ones who should be the gatekeepers, or not the gatekeepers, but they're the ones who should be, what do they call the media? It's like the oh my gosh. But I can't remember the expression of it, but they should be the group that holds accountable the people running the sport. That's why our political discourse is so bad from a media standpoint, because we don't have anybody that actually is calling balls and strikes anymore and holding the people in leadership's feet to the fire. You have Fox News who holds the left wing's feet to the fire, and then you have CNN and MSNBC and CBS and those who hold the right wing's feet to the fire, but they're both fighting for their team for the most part. And so I've got no use for any of them. Same thing here. ESPN is the biggest media organization in covering college sports, and they're in bed with college sports. So they don't care about calling balls and strikes. They only care about what's going to help our bottom line. And going after this investigation in the SEC and that thing and this other thing. And they're not going to do that because it hurts their bottom line. If it comes out and we put out all the corruption in the SEC, we hammered Kirby Smart for his graduation rate and the fact that players keep getting arrested nonstop and et cetera, that's not good for business. So I dislike more the people that aren't willing to, whose job is to call balls and strikes. People in the chat say watchdogs, whatever. They're the ones that are responsible for making sure that we're doing this the right way. And if you don't, we're going to call you out on it. Those are the people I care more about. Business people who do shady things to get by. That bothers me, but not as much as the politicians who create the laws to allow them to do those things or change the law to allow them to game the system. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't have a problem with capitalism. I love capitalism. We don't have capitalism in our country anymore. We have this corrupted version that we've gotten not through business or through economics, but through laws that are passed to protect corruption in the biggest stoners, right? I mean, can we all kind of agree on that? Yeah, I think we should all be able to kind of agree on that. It's the same thing in college sports. When the media is in bed with the people that are ruining the sport, this is what we get. And so that's why it's the talking heads that bother me more. Because they're not willing to say, that ain't right.
Yeah, it's the talking heads for me too, and it's because people will eat whatever they put out. That's the other issue. Like, I'm not mad. Well, I can't say I'm not mad. It bothers me. But people don't listen on Twitter to the people running college football. They listen on Twitter to who? Kirk Herbstreit and guys like, like basically any major talking head from college football. That's who they listen to. And they read the headline of an article and they take it as their word as gold. And then that's how they formulate all their opinions. So, and why do they pump out the storylines that they have to? Because it's all narrative driven. Yep. That's what it is. And then you have, and then you have all of the, you have all of the people that were on the Alabama bandwagon that now just have to try to basically, vocalize a retraction. And they're like, oh man, Alabama, that was embarrassing. This is not the same Alabama team. It's like, yeah, buddy, we've been saying that for months. But you didn't want to listen to it because you heard Tuscaloosa and they play in Bryant, Denny, Saban, Derrick Henry, Amari Cooper Stadium. And you just wanted to believe that that's who this team still was. And now you have to eat some crow, and then you have to then divert and play the entire other line. Like I saw that with another beat writer for On 3. That was the entire season. It was advantageous for him to hammer Notre Dame and hammer Notre Dame and hammer Notre Dame. And then the second they got snubbed, what was the moneymaker? Writing about how Notre Dame got snubbed, and that's exactly what that person did. That's what it is.
Yep. It's yeah. I mean, we talked about that too. Some of the national media people who at ESPN who spent all month downplaying Notre Dame and then wanted to talk about how Notre Dame got snubbed. Like that's the whole point is people no longer tell the truth.
Unfortunately not.
And it's really gross. It's really gross. And that's the social medialization of journalism also. Because here's the sad truth. Real stories don't sell. Like real investigative journalism does not sell. It's not profitable, and that's why they don't do it. And that's a problem. But you also can't then, then the government should subsidize it because now then they're going to run cover for the government that's giving them the money. So it's a sad situation. Yeah. And at the end of the day, we are ultimately responsible because we allow it. People, well, this is the way it's going anyway. She should embrace it. No. Like, do you not at all understand the founding of this country? Like, at all? It's like the antithesis of it. Well, it's just how politicians are. What can I do about it? Vote them out. Go to primaries, get better candidates. You know what I mean? Like, I'm disgusted by what happened, but I'm not going to get rid of Disney or my ESPN subscription or whatever. Okay, then stop crying about it. You know what I mean? Like, it's it's sad. It's sad.
Sure is. Super chat from James Costanzo. Appreciate you, James. What are the biggest position needs as you see it right now in the portal in order of importance? Notre Dame gets it right, do you think they could be in position to win a championship in 2026?
I love the way you frame this question, James. I appreciate that very much. My order of importance are D tackle, kicker, boundary receiver, nickel, D end. That's my order.
Yeah, I'd go D tackle, a second D tackle, probably kicker and boundary receiver are kind of one and the same for me. Like I would put it 2A, 2B, and I won't debate with anybody if they think kicker should be more. I won't debate with anybody if they think wide boundary receiver should be more. Then nickel, and then and then defensive end. I'm with you. From Not a Professional Jay, appreciate the super chat. Dynastic is at least a $5 word, Trev.
Yes. Yes.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me go find some. Here we go. Here's a good one.
From Irish Fan for Life. Can and do teams offer incentives to players to try to boost their earnings as they do at the NFL level? It's a good question. I don't know.
There are some teams doing this. They're like offering signing bonuses that are like big up front. So like if you're going to sign a high school kid, let's say that you're looking at your budget for next year and you're like, look, here's kind of where we are. So I can sign this D tackle, who's got 3 years of eligibility left or something. Let's just say that, or a high school kid. I can give him a ton of money and say, as a freshman, you're going to make $2 million, but then the next 2 years, you're going to make $200,000 because your deal's worth 2.4. That team was going to play 2.4. They're going to pay $800,000 every year. We're going to still pay you 2.4, give you more up front. And then that way the salary cap number is lower the next 2 years. I think there's some people trying to do that as well. There's some people that are doing like signing bonuses, and I've been told that. I've read a story on that. I read a story on, that teams are kind of trying to use shoe companies to kind of get NIL deals. Like, hey, look, man, we can't negotiate this, but trust me, if you go talk to this guy, he's going to give you this, and this. There's a lot of that going on. But I don't know that you can do incentives the same way that NFL players do. Like if you make the Super Bowl, you get this. I know they do that for coaches. I'm not sure if they're doing it like that for players. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, that's how I kind of took it. Is like I didn't know if there was like anything worked into NIL contracts that was like if you reach X amount of yards, because like the biggest thing coming out, especially from like a betting standpoint, like I know it's absolutely kind of fueled some of my influence on FanDuel for this upcoming weekend. But a lot of teams right now are putting out or a lot of outlets are putting out incentivization lists about like, hey, player A only needs 35 more receiving yards. Player B only needs like 5 more receptions. I didn't know if it was something like that, if those were being offered in NIL contracts. It doesn't sound like it from what you mentioned, but I didn't think that's interesting.
This is kind of similar here. Muhammad Abdi says, Brian, do you think a top X receiver is the number one priority in the portal, or is it a veteran running back D tackle? We kind of already addressed that. D tackles are number one. I don't think a veteran running back is a priority at all for me. At all for me. Unless you know a kid's leaving, and let's say hey, Kedron's recovery is not going well, and Nolan James Jr. is leaving, or we know Aeneas is actually going to leave. Then sure, go get Hollywood Smothers or Turbo Richard or somebody like that. But if everybody's coming back and everybody's on pace to be healthy, no, I'm good. I'm good there.
Agreed.
Yep. Let's see here. We got that one here. We did this one, right? Did we do this one? Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. And then we'll go here.
From Jimmy James, jumping in late, so if you covered it, thoughts on the wide receiver from Boston College? Talking about Reed Harris.
We talked about it. I like Reed Harris. I just think you got to know who Reed Harris is. Like, now maybe he could develop into this, but like when I look at Reed Harris, I don't see a Malachi Fields. I don't see a number 1, 10 target a game guy, which is what Malachi should have been this year. And I understand why they weren't, but he should have been. I see a guy that can still be an impactful player. Come here, run verticals. Trev, you and I were talking before the show. You're like, dude, I watched Charlie Becker play, and he runs like 3 routes: posts, goes, and like fades. Right? I mean, that's predominantly what he does. Is what you said. That would be Reed Harris for me. Like he's a stretch the field kind of guy. Part of a rotation, big play down the field guy, kind of like what Reggie Virgil a little bit was for Texas Tech this year. And that's what I would do. Like that's what I would do with him. And then he's going to be competing for time with Micah Gilbert and Cam Williams and that kind of thing. But that's how I see Reed Harris. If that's who they end up getting a receiver, cool. I'm fine with that. I like Reed Harris. You and I have talked about. We talked about Reed Harris during the summer. We thought that the Reed Harris and I'm drawing a complete blank, Lewis Bond that they had were one of the better 1-2 punches that Notre Dame was going to face this year. We talked about that in the preseason, and he went out and backed up what we were talking about. You know, like he had a good year at Boston College. But what was he doing at BC this year, Trev? He was a big play guy. He didn't have the volume that Lewis Bond had. Lewis Bond had over twice as many yards or catches as Reed Harris, 88 to 39. But he only had 300 more yards because Reed Harris was at 17.3 yards per catch. Like, that's what I see from him. Georgia Tech game, 5 catches for 142 yards. Like, you know, SMU 6 for 86. Stanford 7 for 141. Like, you know, yeah, he'll have some games like that, but there's also going to be a lot of the UConn 3 for 52 and a touchdown. You know, 3 for 70 and a touchdown. Like, that's what I see from him. Is he the dominant volume guy that maybe a Nick Marsh could be? I don't know. He hasn't been that yet. And he also did that with some quarterback issues at BC. I want to remind people of that too. There were some quarterback issues this year for them. Yeah.
I would view Reed Harris a lot like how I thought Tobias Merriweather was going to be used at Notre Dame.
That's good. Yeah.
Like a vertical stretch the field guy running goes, fades, posts, deep crossers, get him out in space. That's exactly how I would view Reed Harris.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Burger King's
nice. I got my one in. I got my one.
Yes.
I got my one. I made the boss happy. Love it.
Yes. All right, folks. That's going to do it for us here
no,
today.
We're not done, Trev. You're done. We're not done yet. I can't end on a higher note, though.
Oh, man.
Yes, you can. There's better in you.
Burger King's personal chef. Thoughts on a tiered system for defensive pass interference? Last 2 years, I've seen so many 15-yard pickups because quarterbacks underthrew balls by 5 to 10 yards. I think it would be hard to officiate. Curious on your thoughts.
Well, I don't know that that's a tiered system as much as you just have to evaluate if a ball's catchable or not. And the problem is, I think what they need to do is they need to expand the rule of what uncatchable means. Because right now, when you think uncatchable, you think it was 15 feet over the guy's head. If I'm running a vertical route and the quarterback underthrows me so bad that I go up to stop and the ball hits on the back foot of the DB, I'm not catching that football unless the guy like tackles you. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think needs to change is that type of thing. You know what I mean? Like there's like I think BK's personal chef is onto something here. I do think they need to look at that rule because that's such a greater part of the game now. If I don't look back to the ball and I just run through a guy who jumps up to go after the ball, that should be PI. But if he just stops and I turn around and I kind of fall into him because the ball's so badly underthrown and that guy has no chance to get a hand on the ball, I don't think that should be PI on the defense. I don't. So yeah, I do think that I don't think that is a tiered system. What I think that is just more of an expanding the current rule of what is and is not catchable.
Agreed.
So that's what I would do. Where the pass interference rule that I think needs to change is the offensive pass interference rule. That's the same as a personal foul. I know that defense, remember it used to be like that in college football. If you got called for PI at 10 yards, it used to be it would go to 15. And then they eventually changed the rule and it's a spot foul up to 15. And that's what I think the rule should be. It's spot foul up to 15 on D. I like that better than the NFL rule. If you PI 40 yards down the field, it's a 40-yard penalty. I hate that rule. It should be a spot penalty up to 15. They need to make the defensive pass interference holding 10 yards. Offensive pass interference, a 10-yard penalty. Like, offensive PI should not be a drive-killing penalty. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same as, like, a personal foul. And that should not be a personal foul. That's the pass interference penalty I think needs to change more than anything. But the other one is just expanding the current rule.
I have a very unpopular opinion about this. I'd be curious to get what you think. I don't think that DPIs, given the situation, should be automatic first downs. Like if it's 3rd and 17 and it's a 15-yard penalty, it should then be 3rd and 2. Like, because it's not a given that the player was going to pick up a first down.
Yeah.
Like I think that it should be like not necessarily a spot foul, but I just don't. I think that extends drives unnecessarily. Sometimes
the 15-yarder should be an automatic penalty because in order to get a 15-yard penalty, the penalty has to have happened at least 15 yards down the field. So like you're saying is if it's a 15-yard penalty because it's a spot penalty, then it should be spotted at 15 and not.
Yeah, like if it's
I get that.
If it's 3rd and 17 and you pick up a 15-yard penalty, I don't think it should be an automatic first down. I think it should be 3rd and 2.
I think holding is the one that I would not make an automatic first down.
Like defensive holding.
Yeah, that's the I think
fair.
pass interference it should be an automatic first down because you are and here's the reason why. Holding is something that's done before the ball's in the air. So you're not really impacting his ability to catch the football. That's a little bit different.
That's fair.
Whereas a pass interference is when the ball's in the air, you're now hindering his opportunity to catch the football unfairly. That should be more of a automatic first down wherever it happens. So I would say let's meet in the middle. Let's say pass interference remains an automatic first down, but defensive holding is just the 5-yard penalty. Not automatic first down, just you get the 5 yards and you get another shot to make the play.
That's fair.
So 3rd and 17 goes to 3rd and 12. 3rd and 17 on a defensive holding that happened at the line of scrimmage should not be a 17-yard penalty. To your point, me tackling a receiver 15 yards down the field to make sure he doesn't catch the ball and beat me because he beat me out of his break should be an automatic first down.
Yeah,
because then you incentivize guys on long down situations. Hey man, if it's longer than 4th and 15 and you're beat, tackle the guy.
Yeah.
Because we still get another 4th down opportunity. That's what I would say.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yep. All right, let's get to some more up here. I think we got here's one from Terrence James.
In the Miami game, Beck got out of the pocket a few times and picked up good yards. Was that the result of poor rush lane discipline or Ohio State figured he couldn't run?
I think it's more of the pass rush lane discipline, and I think it's Carson Beck stepping it, doing a good like the when I knew Ohio State was in trouble is the play that Carson Beck stepped up into the pocket on a long down. I think it was 3rd and long, and then got near the first down marker and dove into 2 Ohio State defenders. Like I'm like, okay, Carson Beck wants this. He didn't punk out at all, and that's my big criticism of him. I think he's kind of soft. I say you're in trouble when Carson Beck is doing that. You're in trouble. This ball game. You're going to lose this game. That was a heck of a play by Carson Beck. Guy that we've been very critical of. We'll give him his props on this one. Like, that was a heck of a play. Carson Beck played like a kid that really wanted that game. Really wanted that game. And, played within himself and that. But I think that was it. I think it was more of the lack of pass rush lane discipline. Ohio State knows he can run. Carson Beck's a good athlete.
Mm-hmm.
He's made plays with his legs before. They absolutely knew he could run. And if their game plan was we don't think he can run, then I would say that was poor scouting by Ohio State. And you don't have the success they had this year on defense if you're not doing proper scouting.
Right.
You don't. I mean, Carson Beck is a kid that in the last 3 years as a starter has been in the plus every year in yards. It's not like he hasn't been on teams that he gets. I mean, he got sacked a decent amount of Georgia last year, and he still was in the positives in yards. Why? Because he scrambles and makes plays. So I think it was just a lack of pass rush lane discipline, Trev. I really do.
Agreed.
So to further back my point, Georgia last year ranked 62nd in the country in sacks allowed with Carson Beck as a starting quarterback. And he still finished in the positive yards and rushing. So that would be my evidence of that. So fair. Good question, Terrence. Let me go back to the top here, Trev, as we get close to wrapping this up here and do a few more questions here. I think we got everybody at least one. Here we go.
From Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker, with Bama getting boat raced again on National Spotlight Game, is there any hope that ESPN starts truly evaluating the teams and not the reputation, because this is way far from Saban's Bama?
I do like that BSPN thing that people have been doing. I think that's very fitting. Josh, for me, the thing is, I made a tweet. Yeah, I put a tweet out yesterday where I said, Bama got the benefit of the doubt by the committee. And a lot of people responded to me and said they didn't get benefit of the doubt. It was a rigged game. And the more I thought about it, I was like, I was trying to not make the conversation about that and more so about the evaluation of Bama. But the people that said that to me were spot on. This isn't about Bama getting the benefit of the doubt because of Saban. This is about Bama as an SEC team, and they're rigging the game to get more SEC teams in. If it was Texas, they'd have done the same thing. I mean, they tried to do it for Bama last year too, and it was just their resume was too bad. Like, there was no way that a 3-loss team would have lost to a Vanderbilt in Oklahoma, who were not very good. It was going to jump a 1-loss ACC team who made their conference title game. There was no way they were going to be able to set that precedent. Hold on. An 11-1 Power 4 team gets beat, and you drop them out behind a team that went 9-3 and had a loss to 2 mediocre football teams. Hold on a second. That's not right. I think they knew they couldn't go there. I think the people that point out, I think you guys are right. I think this was about, we got to protect our big brand. We got to protect our entity, which is the SEC. That's why you had this set up the way that they had it set up, where they guaranteed, barring a 2-lane upset of Ole Miss, they guaranteed an SEC team was going to be in the semis. Had they not done that, there's a chance there's no SEC teams in the playoffs.
I mean, honestly,
go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, that's such a good point. I mean, look, and I would have had more respect for Hunter Yurachek, and I know obviously he wasn't going to come out and say this, but I would have had more respect for them putting Alabama in the playoffs if he would have just came out and said, guys, do you really think we were going to leave Alabama out in back-to-back years of a 12-team college football playoff, instead of trying to spin it from a football standpoint?
Yep.
Instead of trying to feed us some BS line about, well, they went for it on 4th down and just had they really impressed us the way they ran the ball. And it's like, yeah, they also blew a 17-0 lead.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we talking about here? Like, they impress you running the ball with like 150 yards? That would put them at like 74th in the country in college football. Like, I would have had more respect if they just came out and said, yeah, like it's Bama. What do you want us to do?
Mm-hmm.
I would have had significantly more respect.
I agree. I would have. Yeah, I agree.
Like, I still would have hated it, but I would have been like, hey, at least they were real. Like, outside of trying to spin this into some, well, when you break down how they look, it's like, yeah, they look like garbage.
Yeah. This question right here from Paul, this is more about what we were talking about. Paul says, what would be your best reasoning that Bama fans still think they deserve to be over in Notre Dame? Because they still think they're Bama from Saban era. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's more of a bias, which is, you know what I mean, which was my comment. Whereas Josh's comment is more about, this is a rigged game. Like the comment I made that Josh was referring to, it's more of a rigged game. And the responses to me were like, okay, I get it. I totally get it. So, yeah, I think that's why. I mean, they're fans, right? I mean, fans tend to not always be as open-minded to the failings of their team as other people are. I mean, look at LSU fans. Just defended Brian Kelly to the death until he was no longer their coach. Then they started sounding a lot like us. And some of them don't even realize, like, dude, do you realize like how quickly you did a 180? And like, they believed everything. I think they, in their hearts, they may not have believed it, but in their heads, they believed everything that they were saying beforehand. That's why they fought so, fiercely about it. Just like a lot of the losers USC fans that come at us on Twitter about Lincoln. I think in their heads, they believe that. In their heart of hearts, they know he's soft. But in their heads, I think they believe that, no, we're defending our coach. We're defending our program. It's like that thing where, hey, you can talk. I can talk about my sister, but you can't. You know what I mean? Like, because you about to catch one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why did you call her that? I'm her brother. I'm allowed to say that. Okay, I'm allowed to be a jerk to my sister, and she can be a jerk to me. But if somebody else is a jerk to me, like my sister and I used to argue a lot. We don't have a lot in common. I love my sister. I'm so proud of her and the woman she is. But like we don't have a lot in common, right? I mean, she liked to go out. I never needed a curfew. Like my mom one time, I was already in college. My mom got in this argument with my sister, and she goes, well, Brian didn't have a curfew. And my mom goes, Brian didn't need one. You know what I mean? Like if he was out past what a curfew would have been, we knew where he was, we knew who he was with, and all that kind of stuff. And so we're very different. We look similar, but we're very different. But like we would fight, and we were oil and water, man. But there was one time some girl that was trying to get with me that I wasn't having it. She was running her mouth about me in the locker room. My sister was in the 8th grade. This girl was like a junior in high school. My sister comes out of she was in the bathroom. She comes out of the bathroom, gets in this girl's face, and is like, ready to go. Now, she probably said worse things about me the day before in her house, but and it's the same way. And that's how fans are. Hold on. I can trash my coach when he has a bad game, but you can't. And I think that's where, and I think I get that. I do get that. My issue with fans are when you're ignorant and nasty with your defense of your program and then get embarrassed.
Yeah. I mean, look, how do we know what Alabama fans are going through right now, and how can we have such a keen eye to it? May I remind you of the regime that we watched from 2010 to 2021?
Yeah.
Because I've seen it. I was one of those people that was in denial. Talk about how Notre Dame is back every single year and then making the postseason and then losing by 30. I've been there. Like I recognize what that is. So yeah, I get it. That's a really good analogy though.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was like that with you and your sisters. Like, hey man, watch your mouth. Well, man, I heard you say that. I'm allowed to say that.
Oh,
you can't.
It's 100%. Like we've all had that buddy in the friend group that is just like kind of easy to dog on and he's annoying.
Yeah.
But the second somebody else from outside of the friend group says something, it's like, okay, well,
it's going down.
Yeah. It's like, well, okay, now what, we run the ones?
It's
like,
about
what
to
are we
be the
doing here?
Anchorman brawl. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Well, I heard you guys say that. Yeah, but that's our boy. We say that out of love. You're saying that because you got heat. So, all right, let's handle that. You know what I mean?
Anchorman brawl.
That's what's about to happen.
Yeah, I'm saying I can talk some mess about Brick. Don't you say anything about Brick.
Exactly.
Nah, hey.
But you call him that. That's because he's our boy. Yeah, exactly.
From Dirtbag Jake, is Freeman letting Ash lead the search for D-line coach? If so, is that a big issue?
Yes and no. It's a big issue because I don't trust Chris Ash. But at the same time, if you believe in him as your D coordinator and you're not going to fire him and go hire somebody else and you're going to let him run the defense, then he should have a say in who the D-line coach is. I'm not saying you take whoever he wants. We saw that when Notre Dame hired Chancey Stuckey instead of, Jamarcus Shepard and some other more competent receiver coaches to go with the guy that John McNulty wanted. And then he convinced Tommy Rees to want him because Tommy respected John McNulty. No, at the end of the day, you gotta go get the guy that you want to get. You know what I mean? And if that's something that I think again, Trev, I think we know who he's going to get. I know it's being reported, but we haven't got that confirmed yet. That's what I'm saying. I think we know who they're going to get. But if that's somebody that Chris Ash trusts and thinks he can work with, then you go hire him. And if you don't trust Chris Ash, here's the deal. If you don't trust Chris Ash to have a say in who you hire as a D-line coach, he shouldn't be your D coordinator.
Right.
But you never trust any assistant to have the full say. You've still got to go hire who you want. What I'll say is this is with Charlie Partridge, again, we're not going to comment on it until we get confirmation from Notre Dame, is he's been around the program before. He's been at Notre Dame's campus before. Like, I think they're familiar with him. And, so let's just talk about it, Trev, because we're not confirming this to be true. We haven't got confirmation, but Adam Rittenberg from ESPN is reporting that Charlie Partridge is going to be the next D-line coach. It's a name that's out there. I was told NFL is the direction that Marcus Freeman's going to look for this. Charlie Partridge is currently in the NFL. He's last 2 years, he's been the D-line coach for the Indianapolis Colts. Before that, from 18 to 23, he was the co-defensive coordinator and D-line coach at Pitt. Remember how we used to talk about how Pitt used to always like rank real high in the country in tackles for loss?
Yeah.
A lot of that was with Charlie Partridge as, running their defensive line. So, obviously that's a positive. That's something that you look at and say that's pretty good. In 2021, with him coaching their D-line, they ranked third in college football with 113 tackles for loss. So, he's got a pedigree. He's an older guy. He's 52 years old. He was the head coach at Florida Atlantic for a couple seasons. As well, before that, he was the assistant head coach and D-line coach at Arkansas. He was at Wisconsin back in 2011 and 2012 as a co-D coordinator, assistant head coach. He was actually at Wisconsin from 2008 to 2012. So he's been around. Very strong reputation as a developer of defensive lines. That I know. I got to study him more, obviously, to get into particulars of all that kind of stuff, but he's a guy that comes well respected as a defensive line coach. So I believe he's also somebody that Al Washington knows. So, yeah. So, again, I'm not saying it's not true, guys, but I'm not going to say something is true that I haven't been able to get confirmed. We're talking about it because an ESPN person reported it, and he's not going to just make stuff up. So, as we said earlier in the show, I don't think Marcus Freeman made this move and then began a search for who the next D-line coach is going to be.
Right.
And that's smart. You don't make this move until you know. The only question I have is anytime it's an older guy, it's like, okay, how aggressive is he going to be as a recruiter? Charlie Partridge is someone who in the past has had a good reputation as an evaluator and a recruiter. Will that be now? I don't know. Why did he go to the NFL? Is it because he wanted to stop recruiting or not? I don't know the answer to that, but the reputation is there of a guy that was effective on the recruiting trail. And then, the last 2 years coaching coaching the NFL doesn't hurt. Kids look at that and they like that. Players like that. They like a guy that's coaching the NFL. So, yeah, of what I know of Charlie Partridge, I think this is a good hire. Thoughts, Trev?
Yeah, the Colts defense has been a relative strength of their team. I guess in the last 2 seasons, especially compared to their offense. Sounds like based on the time that he was with some of these schools, he's worked with some high-end talent. You said he was at Wisconsin from what, 8 to 12?
Yeah, and let me pull his thing back up. He was the special teams coordinator and D-line coach from 2008 to 2010. And then he was assistant head coach, co-defensive coordinator, and D-line coach from 11 to 12. So from 08 to 12, he was their D-line coach, basically.
Okay, it's a pretty good spot to be in. I'm pretty sure I'm looking it up right now just so I don't say anything.
Yeah, back then, Wisconsin had some very good defenses.
J.J. Watt, he coached J.J. Watt on that defense.
Yeah, so
2009 and 2010.
Yeah, you'd see because J.J. Watt 2011 draft. So he coached him for 2 years. Coach Matt Shaughnessy, who's a really good college football player, 3rd round draft pick, coached him for a year. They've had some pretty good units back in the day. And then obviously, Pitt, of course, had some very productive defensive lines as well. If you look at what they did from his time, he was at Pitt from Charlie Partridge was at Pitt from 2017 to 2023. And so obviously coached some good players there as well. So in 2021, they had Patrick Jones, Rashad Weaver were both drafted. If you remember that duo, Jalen Twyman was also drafted. So they had 3 defensive linemen get drafted in 2021. I remember that Pitt defense was really good in 2020, and those D linemen were a big part of that. So he coached Kalijah Cansey, was a 1st-round draft pick at D tackle. Remember him? Undersized guy, developed into an impact player. So has a great reputation as developing defensive linemen. So there's no doubt about that. And recruiting in the past, he's had a good reputation as an evaluator and recruiter. Notre Dame's a whole different level than he's ever coached at. He's been at Pitt, Wisconsin, places like that. But he'll have Marcus Freeman brand. He'll have all of that. from what I know of Charlie Partridge, I think this is a good hire. Any other thoughts, Trev?
No, I mean, it sounds like they got somebody with a good reputation. Sounds like this was a calculated move. Like you said, they're not going to move Al Washington without having a backfill immediately ready.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I have to dive into them a little bit more, but overarching picture, I like the hire. Once we get official confirmation, I know we can dive more into it, and we'll be good to go.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm confident this is going to happen, but I'm not going to say, hey, we're reporting this because we haven't got confirmation.
Right.
But I'll just say this from a process standpoint. I like this. You make the move in the morning. It's announced that, it gets out that, like, look, John Bryce reported it. I think if they asked John, hey man, don't put this out yet, John would respect that, just like I would. John put it out. And so, it's, the Al Washington stuff put out. So, it's like Notre Dame wanted that out there. They confirmed it with us. And then 5-6 hours later, it's announced that Charlie Partridge is going to be the D-line coach. This is how you do it. If you're going to make a move of one coach, you don't let there be a week go by of what about this?
Right.
Remember the question we got earlier, do you think it's going to hurt in the portal if you don't? And we said, what did we say then? I don't think Marcus Freeman makes this decision if he doesn't have an idea of who they're going to replace him with. I just don't think that you do. And, whether it was Pat Kuntz or somebody else. And the two names I had heard the most were Charlie Partridge and Pat Kuntz. Pat Kuntz one, I think, was more about people pointing to a Notre Dame guy like they do every time there's an opening. What about Nick Lazinski or Greer Martini? They're fine coaches, but you hire the best guy, not the best alum.
Right.
Somebody mentioned Anthony Weaver to me as a guy. Anthony Weaver's a D coordinator in the NFL. He's not going to come coach the D line at Notre Dame. You know what I mean? Like, that ain't happening. So I'm good. I'm good with this from what I know of it. I'm good. And I like the process. It was clean, crisp and clean. And I dig that. So again, if you're just joining, we just kind of talked about what we know of Charlie Partridge. Good I can't sit there and tell you that I've studied his lines and this is what they do well. I'll try to do that. But what I can tell you is I've known about his reputation for a while. And he comes with a good reputation. And since I haven't studied the film, I can't tell you anything beyond that. I can tell you right now, a lot of his Pitt D lines were really good. Like Pitt's had a pretty good run defense for a lot of years when he was their defensive coordinator, or defensive line coach. So, I think in that regard, it makes a lot of sense. And I like the fact they did it quickly.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like the resume speaks for itself. Right, like you talk about the guys on Pitt's D-line and J.J. Watt, and with the Colts, he's worked with DeForest Buckner and Kwity Paye and some of those guys too. But it's, again, we have to dive into the film to see, okay, is that
are those guys with the Colts right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, that's great. But then we also have to take a step back. It's like, okay, is he going to coach Boubacar Traore the same as J.J. Watt? I doubt it. They're very different players. So initially, big picture, I like the hire.
And some of those guys, I mean, that you mentioned, Trev, are he's coached different type of players, So I just want to real quick give you just some data here real quick. This is an important bit of data because we talked about liking from Pitt. From 2019 to 2022, Pitt's defense ranked 12th, 3rd, 6th, and 8th in rushing defense. So, and then in yards per rush, they averaged 7th, 3rd, and 13th in that stretch as well. And in his last year at Pitt, they ranked 32nd in yards per attempt. So in sacks in his tenure there, let's go here. They ranked in his last year, they were 29th. In 2022, they were second. In 21, they were second. In 2020, they were second in sacks per game. 2019, they were first in sacks. So in a 5-year stretch at Pitt, recent stretch, they were top 10 annually in rush defense and top 5 annually in sacks. So that's pretty good. I mean, the results, the proof is in the pudding, right? And that's with Pitt players. He's going to walk into a pretty good situation. So again, I can't tell you from film. I can't tell you from it. I can just tell you what the results are. And then also when I'm doing shows, when we're talking about how good Pitt's defense is, we were talking about a D-line that he coached over the years. So what I know, I think that's good stuff. Like what kind of coach is he? Is he an old school? How does he rate players? I don't know any of those things. I don't know anything about his reputation. I'll say this. You don't develop a reputation as a really good D-line coach if you're an a-hole that players don't like.
Yeah, it's facts.
You just don't. And you're not at a places as long. Like he's been at a lot of places because all coaches move around. But he's had multiple stops at places over long periods of time. 08 to 12 at Wisconsin. Then, of course, there was a coaching change. Being at Pitt from 2017 to 2023. You know what I mean? Like, so there's that. There's been some continuity there. And he's had some other stops along the way. But like I said, I think this is a strong hire. I do. I like this.
Yeah. I like it too. I also just saw a picture of him, and he kind of just looks like a D-line coach.
that he does.
Like
that he does. Yeah.
I was like, what does this guy look like? And I was like, Charlie Partridge. I was like, I had no idea. I saw a picture of him. I was like, yeah, he coaches D-linemen.
Yeah.
Like, shows up to practice every day with a bag of sunflower seeds in his back pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for, I'll just say this too, for people wanting to know the Ash Charlie Partridge connection. Chris Ash was the DB coach, and then in 2010 at Wisconsin, and then he was the D coordinator from 2011 to 2012. So that's the connection. So, like I said, the original question we were responding to, thoughts on Freeman leaving this hire. I'm not a big fan of Chris Ash as a defensive coordinator. Freeman clearly is. I hope Coach Freeman's right. But if you don't trust Chris Ash to have input on who your defensive line coach is going to be, or your DB coach, or whoever, then he shouldn't be your D coordinator. If you trust him to be your D coordinator, then you should trust his input, because he needs someone that's going to carry out the defense that you hired him to run. So I'm fine bringing a connection. And he brought a guy like this. Isn't a crony, a buddy of mine who hasn't been good somewhere, but he's my boy. This is a guy that's got a great track record. So, and look, the Coach J.J. Watt thing is never compelling for me, because a lot of people can say, I coach that one great player. You know what I mean? Like, give me the guy that's got a track record of success. And his list of NFL players goes way beyond just J.J. Watt. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is like, yeah, sure, he coached J.J. Watt. Brian Kelly, coach defensive players that were top picks. Doesn't mean that I think Brian Kelly's great at this or that. You know what I mean? Like Joe Rudolph, or excuse me, not Joe Rudolph, Jeff Quinn coached Joe Alt. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's the track record. It's the history of success. And when you look at Charlie Partridge's success, it's not just J.J. Watt. If you inherit a generational player and turn him into a great player, okay, like your job was not to screw it up. Now, I know nobody knew that J.J. Watt was that guy, but he clearly had that talent. You just had to bring it out of him. That doesn't impress me. You've had one guy. I'm more impressed by the coach who produces multiple NFL players at multiple places, and that's what Charlie Partridge has done. That matters more to me than just that one guy. Now, when you look at it in context, now it adds value to the J.J. Watt thing. Does that make sense?
Yes,
absolutely. But just J.J. Watt does a guy coached 30 years and he only produced one big-time NFL player. Well, maybe you weren't the reason he's a big-time NFL player.
Yeah.
But when the last 20 years, you've put 7, 8, 9 guys in the NFL, okay, that tells me something.
Yep, 100%.
And if you get an elite talent, you're going to turn them into a first-rounder. That's what that tells me.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I dig that. Right, Coleman says J.J. Watt's a pretty good one to have. Totally agree. But what I'm saying is J.J. Watt's got to be at the end of it. Like, if all you have is J.J. Watt, then it's like, yeah, you've been coaching 30 years and that's all you got to your claim to fame. I want to see a list that has J.J. Watt and then, you know what I mean? Like a lot of other guys, you know what I mean? Like, that's like me saying, well, Brian Van Gordon was great. He produced Jalen Smith. You know what I mean? So that's all you got. You know what I'm saying?
How much did it hurt you on the inside to even utter the first part of that sentence?
I know it did kind of sting a little.
I was just about. I saw it in your face a little bit that you said it. And it was kind of like,
Like, I don't even like this as an example. I got to think of something else. This is a terrible example. Rob Ianella produced Golden Tate and Michael Floyd. So, you know what I mean? And Jeff Samardzija. So, he's still a bad receivers coach. Players didn't even like him and listen to him. But, yeah, that's my thing. It's once I see the rest of the list, now I'm like, and J.J. Watt. Now I'm like, okay, that gives credence to that. You know what I mean? Like, just coaching a generational talent doesn't tell me that you are good if that's all you have.
Yeah, 100. It can't start and end with J.J. Watt. I get you.
Yeah. Fluffy Sports Fan says, Brian, for some reason the clip I got was only BVG was a good coach. Well played. Well played. I'm going to eat those words. Like, hold on. I have video proof of Brian Driscoll saying that Brian McGorder is a good coach. Like, context, people. Play the next 10 seconds. You know, he was a terrible coach. But the point is, even a terrible coach can produce Jalen Smith. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that just doesn't tell me a whole lot. But anyway, so I think we'll end it with that. I think this is a good hire. I think the process was good. You announced Wash is going up. First of all, Max Bulla left, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Right? Seasons are ending. Go through the search then. Have the conversations then. You get to the point, Al Washington's moving up, and Charlie Partridge is coming in same day. That's how the process should be done. That's how it should be done. So kudos to Marcus Freeman on the process. And from what I know of Charlie Partridge, I think this is a big-time pickup. I do. Now hopefully it'll have an impact on the portal and the recruiting trail and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
But I think this is a really good hire. And then to circle back to the beginning of the show, we said, hey, look, I can't comment on this Al Washington move until I know what you did at D-line. Now we know. The defensive staff, as long as they can keep Mike Mickens there and let him continue to do his thing, I feel very good about the defensive staff that they have put together as long as Mike Mickens stays.
100%.
Very good about it. So we didn't get to have all the questions today because we never can on mailbags, but I think that's a great place to end, Trevor, kind of talking about this hire of Charlie Partridge, coach of Notre Dame defensive line. So I dig it.
It's also all the more reason to be in tune with what we're doing over on the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. We're going to answer a lot of questions over the weekend about this. Transfer portal window is now open, guys, and that drama is never going to stop. So at least, well, I guess it won't stop until January 16th. But make sure that you guys are premium message board subscribers at boards.irishbreakdown.com. It's the best way to stay in tune with everything Notre Dame football and a little Notre Dame basketball. Tips off tonight at 11 p.m. So need to have a cup of coffee or something before that game because Coleman Smith, I saw you in there asking. I will be up to watch it. So might need to drink a cup of coffee here soon. But folks, on your way out of here, a great way to end the show. First show of 2026. We'll be back for a lot more content. On your way out of here, be sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. But like I said, as always, best way to support what we do here is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So Brian and I will be back next week. We'll see you then on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.